one line. Line. Oh. Hey, Jennifer, I put you a copy. Item 3. The 6 are right there.
So sorry.
Did y'all copy of the motion on there? But I printed this out just so you can kind of follow along. And then the
Much as it pains. My office is so cold. There's little ghosts and stuff there and shaking. They're freezing. I know. Yes. Look, they're freezing to death.
Oh, yeah.
Got some little ghosts to appear.
Is it your birthday? Oh, happy birthday.
Not a milestone. Feel it every day. You want your stuff.
Yes. I'd like to ask everybody to make sure your phones are silenced. Ready to go, Aaron? Okay. Mayor Jennifer Talley, I'd like to welcome you all for taking time out of your day to come to attend our meeting tonight. October 10th, 2023, Graham City Council. And I will ask for Bobby to give our invocation.
Please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we gather today to do the business of the citizens of Graham. Grant us wisdom and discernment as we review the matters brought before us. Let us exercise good judgment and do the right thing. We ask that you bless all those who are here, exercising their right for freedom of assembly and freedom of speech. These things we ask in your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Bobby was the one that wore pink tonight. Good job, Bobby. You should have brought us all pink shirts.
The city manager said she was wearing pink, so I thought, show her solidarity. I would wear pink as well.
So if you'll all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic on which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we're going to start off our meeting with some great news. We're going to ask Woodsman Life Insurance to please have Kay Teague and Chuck Furrier please come up front here and present a little bit about what we have here sitting on this table.
Sure, Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. We have been fortunate to partner with Alamance County Veterans, and we are so thankful to be able to provide Graham and Alamance County Veterans Association 50 United States flags to be displayed in your beautiful city in any manner that you see fit. If I could, I wanted to take a few minutes just to kind of tell you about our organization, if that's all right. We're honored to be here tonight representing Woodman Life. to present our most honored American flag. Woodman Life members nationwide advocate for patriotism, and we're proud to provide flags to this and other worthy nonprofit organizations. In fact, our organization has become one of the largest presenters of U.S. flags in our nation. So who are we? Let me tell you briefly. Woodman Life has been helping to protect the financial future of families like yours and making a difference in hometowns across America and honoring our country since 1890. As a not-for-profit life insurance company, we put money back in our communities. We're here when you need us most. In addition to presenting flags, we promote good citizenship, give awards for outstanding members who have performed a valued service, and others who, through heroic efforts, have saved a human life. We make communities better by providing facilities and needed equipment, such as life-saving and other equipment for fire and rescue departments, furnishings for community centers, parks, playgrounds, and centers for the abused. The flag of our nation symbolizes the values, hopes, and aspirations of its people. The Continental Congress meeting in Philadelphia adopted the following resolution on June 14, 1777, that the flag of the United States be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, that the Union be 13 stars, white in a blue field representing a new constellation. These words signal to the world the birth of a new nation, founded on the ideals of personal and religious liberty and justice for all. The flag of today retains its 13 red and white stripes, representing the 13 original colonies, red signifying courage, and white signifying love of liberty and purity of purpose. The stars, the 50 stars rather, in a field of blue represent the union of 50 states, blue being the indication of loyalty among each of them. So on behalf of Woodman Life, we are honored to be here tonight to present you these 50 United States flags for you to display in your beautiful town. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for being here.
Great.
So many may not know this, but Graham has a little bit of claim to fame to the American flag. Years ago, Colonel Cook, who was a graduate of Elon and a local Graham resident, was asked by Dwight Eisenhower to help in the raising of the flag as it stands today and the design of that, and got accommodation years ago. And he was right here from Graham, lived right off of Main Street right here in downtown Graham. So he's our little claim to fame in our history, that someone local here had some input in the design of the American flag. So we're very proud of the American flag here in Graham, and we appreciate what your organization does. And we put out these flags. We have Alco Vets members, which is a local veterans group here. We have the Business Association go out and during Flag Day and Memorial Day and July 4th and several holidays throughout the year, and put the flags out here on Main Street and around Court Square. And so as they get a little tattered, you know, we appreciate being able to get new flags. So the city of Graham so much extends our appreciation to you and your organization for being here tonight and presenting those. So if you wouldn't mind coming up so that we could get some pictures, that would be great.
You can't see me anyway. Okay, 1, 2, 3. More. Awesome. No.
Was that?
Okay, and if you could ask for Chief Tommy Cole to come forward for our next order of business for Fire Prevention Week. Don't have a mic there, so I go here.
Handheld.
Madam Mayor, I'm going to ask that Captain Chris Stokes also join me, if you're okay with that.
Whereas the city of Graham is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Graham. And whereas fire is a serious public safety concern, both locally and nationally, and homes are where people are the most significant risk of fire. And whereas this year's focus on cooking safety works to educate the public about simple but necessary steps they can take to help reduce the risk of fire when cooking at home, keeping themselves and those around them safe. And whereas according to the National Fire Protection Association, NFPA, cooking is the leading cause of home fires, with 49% of all home fires involving cooking equipment. And whereas cooking is also the leading major cause of home fire injuries and related deaths. And whereas a home fire escape plan provides the skill set and ability to escape a home fire situation quickly and safely. And whereas a home fire escape plan includes 2 exits from every room in the home, a path to the outside from each exit, smoke alarms in all required locations, and a meeting place outside where everyone in the home will meet upon exiting. And whereas this year's theme, Cooking Safety Starts With You, pay attention to fire prevention, emphasizes staying in the kitchen, using a timer, and avoiding distractions that remove your focus from what is on the stove. Now therefore, I, Mayor Jennifer Talley, and the Graham City Council hereby proclaim October 8th through October 14th, 2023, Fire Prevention Week throughout this community. We urge all citizens of Graham to find and develop a home fire escape plan with all household members and practice it twice a year. We encourage all citizens to practice safe cooking skills at home, adopted this 10th day of October, 2023.
Thank you, Mayor. We're tickled to death that the council shares our vision for a fire-safe community here in Graham. I just want to introduce Chris Stokes. All of you know Chris, I'm sure, but Chris, as a captain on our department, is over our community risk reduction. So Chris has the responsibility of scheduling fire prevention and talking with our community members to deliver our message. And so Chris was the ultimate choice because one, he's been here all of his life. His kids went to Graham schools. He went to Graham schools. So it was the obvious choice to name Chris responsible for this area of our department. And like I said, to carry out our mission to have a fire safe community. So Chris, you okay with if Chris speaks?
Yeah. This is something that's very important to us and the community, not just for this week, but all year long. I remember as a kid growing up, seeing fire departments do it at school, and it's just probably the best part of the job, teaching kids and adults fire safety.
Thank you.
Thank you both so much for being here today. Please sign this proclamation. And if you guys will step forward so we can get your picture. Hold that. So everyone should have a plan, and if you don't have one, you can certainly get up with Mr. Stokes and he can help you get one. I myself don't cook, so that's keeps me on the safer side. We'll now move on to our consent agenda.
We've got to take care of, moving the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Excuse me. So we are wanting to discuss moving the regularly scheduled November meeting from November 14th to November 13th. Because on November 14th, we have a economic development meeting.
The Chamber of Commerce Annual Leaders Retreat.
Yes. So do I hear a motion from the council to move the regularly scheduled meeting from the 14th through to the 13th?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we change our November the 14th meeting to Monday, November the 13th.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda. Item A, to approve the September 12th, 2023 City Council meeting minutes and the September 20th City Council special meeting minutes. B, to set a date of public hearing for November 13th, 2023 to consider a non-contiguous annexation request extending the corporate limits of the city of Graham for a tract of land totaling 7.8 acres located off Sunset Drive, and to direct the city clerk to investigate the sufficiency of the petition. C, to approve a budget amendment for a $75,000 donation given by Friends of Graham Recreation to be used for additional playground pieces. To approve a budget amendment to increase budgeted federal drug dollars by $20,000 from $30,000 to $50,000. To approve tax releases totaling $2,810.34 and a refund of $2,005.55. I do have one question about the consent agenda item. I believe Chief Baker is here to discuss the budget for the federal drug funds.
The request for the amendment is to fund specific specialty COP training to support our grant initiative, investigative support, and equipment needs for the department to support our COP function.
Is that, I thought one of them was like to outfit some of the vehicles, is that right? For the-
It's to supplement outfitting of the vehicles, yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve a consent agenda as written.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Oh. I did. I read it out though. I read November 13th. Yeah, no, I changed it to November 13th. That the date was changed for the council meeting to November 13th. All in, do you have a first and a second?
I did.
Bonnie. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. New business. To amend the code of ordinances, parades, demonstrations, and street events, the city council is considering amending code of ordinance amendment to chapter 20, article 6, section 20-171-184, parades, demonstrations, and street events. And I'd like to recognize Christian Fairland, attorney at Hall Booth Smith from LLC from Charlotte.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, City Council, for having me today. We have is a new demonstration, street event and parade ordinance, not in that order according to the title, that's been shared with you all and I believe published to the public. I have copies here if it would be helpful for you all if we want to go through line by line. Would that be, do you all have the last copy that was shared? Okay. All right. Go through section by section. Section 20-171 was amended to add a subparagraph A, which states the purpose of the ordinance, the city's authority to enact the ordinance, and clarifies for the sake of everyone interpreting the ordinance and reading it for their own benefit, that the city's purpose is to enact reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions to ensure the safe and unimpaired use and enjoyment of public property, to protect the public health, safety, and welfare of the city, and to ensure the free and safe passage of pedestrians and vehicles in the public rights of way. Uh, Moving on to section 20-172. I apologize for the informality here. Do you all need me to go through every single section? I'm happy to do that. I'm prepared to. But I don't want to waste you all's time or the folks sitting behind me. If there are questions, I have the agenda from the last discussion that we had and the 6 changes that were requested. If it would be helpful to go through those. And then maybe we can jump around in the ordinance. I'm comfortable just walking through step by step, section by section. Or I can answer you all's questions so we can make the most efficient use of our time. So in lieu of going through section by section, I'll go back to what we had at our previous meeting. It was asked to add an insurance requirement and review the city's Parks and Recreation special events application. The insurance requirement's been added to the street events section under 20-183. As you all requested, it's now 20-183, section B. Applicants for road closure permits are required to provide a certificate of insurance listing the city of Graham as an additionally insured and show documentation of comprehensive general liability insurance of at least $1 million. You'll note, and from reading the ordinance, I think it's obvious on the face that this only applies to street events. So when somebody is asking to close the public streets, they're being asked to provide a certificate of insurance or proof of insurance listing the city of Graham as an additionally insured. That matches, and the level of insurance requested matches the level generally required by the Parks and Recreation Department. My understanding from discussions with city managers and the city manager and assistant city manager was that $1 million is kind of the baseline. And if somebody's having a particularly large event, at least for Parks and Rec purposes, if they're trying to reserve space, more insurance may be required, but the standard and the 99% of cases would be that $1 million. The second item was to look into the possibly imposing a reasonable distance between counter speech groups and speech groups in demonstrations. Ultimately, that is a decision within the discretion of, well, it's within the discretion of the police department to the extent the distance between the groups has nothing to do with the content of the speech. Everybody at a demonstration or an event has the right to hear what's going on, and they also have the right to speak back. So I would not recommend imposing a mandatory or recommended distance between speech and counter speech groups. And that would be just a matter of public safety and management of public safety without respect and without consideration of the speech of either side. The third item was with respect to the free speech and spontaneous gathering zone that was previously created outside City Hall on the lawn of City Hall. Was asked if it would be possible to limit or otherwise restrict the use of that space while the city council's conducting its business. That is now reflected in 20-179, paragraph D, which reads, except during the time that the city council is in session, 1/2 hour before the city council is in session and 1/2 hour after the city council session has been concluded, a permit-free and spontaneous gathering zone is hereby established on Highway 87, on the Highway 87 lawn of the city municipal building. That would be a designated public forum that's not traditionally been held open to the public for purposes of demonstrations, protests, and other free speech activity. But the city has decided that it is important to have that space open and has opened that space. However, the city is not required to keep it open 24/7. And the city council certainly has an interest in being able to conduct its business and ensuring that everybody inside is able to hear the matters being discussed, regardless of the speech that's going on outside or inside. So the hours restriction there, because city council meetings are published, that's easily ascertainable by the public. The hours restriction there is just a 1/2 hour before and a 1/2 hour after. Same thing that you see in school zones and things like that. Not disturbing what's going on inside when important matters are being discussed. The fourth item was verifying the streets with average traffic counts in excess of 10,000 cars per day, and verifying that they're all NCDOT streets. I didn't see online a City of Graham study of non-DOT streets, but I can tell you that the main thoroughfares in Graham are the ones with traffic counts over 10,000 per day. For example, and the reason I think this is an appropriate conclusion, North Main Street does not have a traffic count of over 10,000 per day. South Main Street does. So you can see kind of where that, traffic goes through there, and then the cross section that I. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Loud, I need to do. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Right, right. Main Street, Elm Street, the DOT traffic count, streets with traffic counts over 10,000 cars per day is North Church Street, Graham Hopedale Road, West Hardin Street, South Main Street, part of West Elm Street, and part of East Hardin Street. The DOT has an interactive map on their website where you can see the traffic counts. I can pretty comfortably say that the streets outside of those do not have traffic counts over 10,000 based on the other main streets that I know about here that don't have traffic counts that high. And those streets are all DOT streets. So take it as you will. The fifth item was looking into expanding the turnaround time under section 20-183 regarding road closure permits. That's been expanded to 14 days. The return of the permit application within no less than 4 days before the proposed event is to take place remains. But you all have an obligation to notice meetings to the public and give them the opportunity to attend. So there was no, I guess there's really no longer period and no shorter period that we could give with those considerations in mind in that 14-day period. And with that being said, street events, closure of streets specifically are unlike demonstrations. We can get into a First Amendment discussion if you'd like, but I'll save you the trouble. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them. The closure of city streets is substantially different than, closing the streets and sidewalks and requiring additional advance notice there. So I feel comfortable with the 14-day notice period. It does strain the appeals period, but again, we can't make it any longer, well, we could make it longer. We don't need to make it longer. We can't make it any shorter. So that strain on the appeals period is just kind of a cost of doing business. And the sixth item was adding language to section 20-183 C2 and C6 to reflect the objective factors that Chief Baker Chief Baker examines in reviewing demonstration permit applications. You'll see in the newest version of the ordinance, basically the word reasonably has been added in a few separate places. And what that means is that the city has to take an objective stance and weigh the city's interests as stated in the purpose of the ordinance against the individual's interest in holding their event. And those are that's the 6 items that I was asked to address between the last set of revisions and this. I feel comfortable that the ordinance is in passable fashion and something that a court would look proudly upon. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to you all to answer any questions. If not, I can go through the rest of the ordinance section by section if need be.
So, I think the concern for the reference to the city street was that there was one interpretation that if it wasn't owned by the city, that it wasn't considered a city street, it was considered a state street. And I just wanted it to be crystal clear to everybody that every street in Graham is a city street,
Correct.
regardless of whether it's maintained by the state or not. And it's within our full jurisdiction to control road closures.
I would agree with that. I mean, the city has its general police power. That's one of the motivating factors behind, how it's able to enact this ordinance as a whole. Is also just the reality of concurrent jurisdiction. You have the sheriff's department and the Graham Police Department all patrolling Alamance County, but also Graham. And the DOT has control over those roads, just like the State Highway Patrol has control over those roads, but the Grand Police Department can pull somebody over on I-40, right? So I feel comfortable with the concurrent jurisdiction there. There may be additional DOT requirements, but we can't legislate the DOT. And what they need to, get road closures, just what the city of Graham needs to get its roads closed. And the correspondence with the DOT is something that we can facilitate, but it is outside of our jurisdiction.
The other issue, well, my comments were before were mainly about ensuring safety for that reason. People in a roadway with, more than 10,000 cars a day, is just really difficult to ensure the safety of both, people that are in the cars and pedestrians. So having kind of some sort of, plan of action and making sure that we have proper barriers and all that sort of thing set up so that both people that are wanting to do the demonstration are safe and are not in any kind of danger. People that are not here for the demonstration that just want to walk on the city streets has the ability to be able to do so, and that everybody kind of understands the kind of the what's expected of them, I think is really important, and something that I think that ends up sometimes when it's not done, it ends up, having a detrimental effect. The other issue and main concern that we had with the from residents was sound amplification. So it's my understanding that the law is that the demonstrations outside of residences, is that correct?
A demonstration cannot be held outside of a private residence. When you're I believe this is leading to, and I'm sorry to cut you off, but I believe this is leading to a discussion of residences over businesses. That the section prohibiting a protest being held in front of a residence wouldn't apply there. The prohibition on a demonstration in front of a residence is, let's say, you have a house on West Elm Street. That's a single family home. Can't hold a demonstration there. There's significant case law, including cases from the Supreme Court indicating or supporting that kind of conclusion. Because we have an interest in protecting the safety and well-being and peace and quiet of the home. Whereas on public streets over businesses, you're talking about high traffic areas, areas where speakers are likely to encounter people that they want to listen. Also likely to encounter people that don't want to listen, but they have the right to make that speech.
I think people that live downtown and they live and this is their residence, I don't think the concern was that, the demonstrations, or anyone blocking the road or any kind of parade, regardless of what it is. I think they, at least in my experience, they've been much more tolerable of any of that, any kind of inconvenience that's put on by that if they can't park or whatever the situation is. It was the timing of, it's getting on 9 o'clock, it's getting on 10 o'clock, so would you consider at that point it to be unreasonable for people to be using sound amplification up into, 11 p.m., midnight, those kind of hours?
Yes, I think that would go to the time, place, and manner restrictions under 20-184. Need a permit to use sound amplification while you're outdoors if it's going to be audible at a level of 60 decibels or greater at a distance measured at a distance of 50 or more feet from the source.
Because at that point, I would say almost every business is closed by 11 p.m. And at that point, your only concern is residents.
Correct. 20-184 subsection E reads, no such equipment or device shall be used or operated in the streets of the city during the period of sunset and 9 a.m. So in the summer, the sun sets at 9:20. That's a little bit later, but it's
fine.
non-daylight hours is basically what we're trying to regulate
Concern
here.
was 11 midnight.
Correct. Yeah, that would be covered by this, and it's expressly within the statute. This is not the statute, the ordinance. Permits are required to use the sound amplification equipment. Sound amplification equipment, regardless of the volume, at this volume or greater, can't be audible from that distance outside the hours of 9 to sunset.
You have any questions, Bonnie?
I do not, I'm glad you took that 3 days out. That would have really put us into a pickle. So, In terms of response time.
It's not feasible. to
yeah,
be
thank
able
you
to
for
do
doing
that.
that. I think you did a really, really good job on it. Thank you for
Appreciate it.
all
Thank
your
you.
work.
Happy to help.
Bobby?
Ma'am.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the ordinance amendment to chapter 20, article 6, section 20-171 to 184, the parades demonstration street event code of ordinance.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much for all your hard work. We appreciate
sir.
your
Thank you.
Thank you all.
knowledge and getting us straight on this ordinance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Public hearings, will be next. We will be hearing about the annexation of 18.132 acres on Longdale Drive, Phase 1 of Graham Springs, AN 2306. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider an annexation ordinance to extend the corporate limits to the city of Graham for a tract of land totaling 18.132 acres located off Lawndale Drive. I'd like to go to our Assistant City Manager, Aaron Holland.
All right, thank you, Mayor. And as you just said, this is a request by the petitioner to have the corporate limits extended off property off of Lawndale Drive, which contains approximately 18.132 acres. The applicant wishes to tie onto the city's infrastructure with water and sewer lines located in the Phase 1 of the Graham Springs subdivision. Upon its completion, annexation is required to make this possible. New residential development generally creates positive tax revenue for the city, and because the public services are being connected around this site, the cost to the city is minimal. Staff does recommend approval.
I'd like to open the hearing. This is a public hearing, and is there anyone here that would like to speak on the proposed annexation on Longdale Drive? Is the property owner or the developer here?
Good evening. My name is Don Sever with Summit Design and Engineering.
Okay. You're the engineer for the project, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. Currently zoned R9. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. They had the subdivision approval with the R9 zoning designation.
Was it rezoned to R9?
I'm not sure at the top of my head, but I know it's probably 2 or 3 years ago, maybe, that it came through.
After you come back on board.
And what was it before that?
Probably R18.
Yeah, probably
Or
wherever
18.
the surrounding areas.
You want to tell us a little bit about the project that you're proposing?
Yes, it's a continuation of the subdivision. The Graham Springs subdivision, Phase 1 is presently under construction. This particular project will extend Woody Drive and Longdale Drive and then connect into Plateau and Camelot. So that the dead end, that really, those streets just end right now, and they'll have to basically have a new connection to get back to be continuous onto Woody Drive.
Woody Drive, come on.
Woody Drive is on the
Longdale,
far
oh.
left. Woody Drive's off.
We go to the end of Wood, we could go to the end of the Woody and make it right.
I see Longdale.
Yeah, Woody Drive actually runs right along Interstate 40. And presently it just dead ends.
I don't think it's on this map. Do you see it, Aaron?
No, it would
On the
not be
Google
on this
map.
map.
Up there at the top part.
Correct. It's right up adjacent to, Interstate 40.
And, how many homes are you looking at putting in there?
I
Are you-
believe there was, approved for 50.
Just in that section or also in the section on the left where Longdale comes out, stubs out?
That was. Um. You have to forgive me, I didn't bring a copy of the approved subdivision plan. Aaron, do you happen to have one handy?
So I was running on the MapQuest. What was the question again, Mayor?
How many houses? He said 50, but he's not sure if that,
I think that might be for that particular phase. I think overall it was around 90,
92.
yeah, something around there.
and is that both the property to the left and to the right, Aaron? Not just the subject property, but I assume they have it all the way to Longdale.
Correct. This area back here.
Is the property that's R9 to the left, is that already annexed in?
Correct. It seemed like when you go back into history that the parcel, the R9 that you mentioned, back around 2005, it was partially developed. And then because economic reasons, it just fell through. And then this particular project, we had gone ahead and completed that particular phase. And then the adjacent land was never annexed with the original subdivision for whatever reason. So this was just completing the land acquisition to the city.
But you have both parcels, is that right?
That is correct.
Do you have the parcel behind it, R18?
No, that's a private home ownership.
Is that the only two tracks that you have, is the one to the left and the one to the right?
The two in R9, yes.
Okay. And are you gonna put single-family residential homes there? Is that the plan?
That's correct, single family.
And what are the setbacks?
I believe the setback on the project was 30 foot
Front setback,
front setback,
side setbacks?
15, and I believe 25 on the rear.
15 on each side?
Correct.
Is it, and it's all just single-family residential?
That's correct.
Will you be putting in sidewalks?
Correct. There are sidewalks on one side of the road for the
Okay.
entire subdivision.
And what's the width of the road?
The city standard for that was 31 foot. I apologize. Josh informed me it's a 27 foot back to back.
Is that what did it used to be, the standard? What is there were two different widths. What were the two different widths that we were doing before?
31,
31, that's what I thought.
and then you have a residential area, which is 25.
You can have two-car garages, sir? I mean, two-car driveways?
That is correct.
Two-car? Okay. The reason I'm asking these questions, obviously, is we've encountered some problems in the past with having narrow streets and then people trying to park on the streets because they only have one car driveways, and it just lends itself to having issues with all of that. So we just like to, to kind of make sure that in new development, we're doing that, but appreciate the setbacks. Glad to see the sidewalks being done. We always encourage any kind of open space to have some, and new developments to have some recreation, either some spaces for a area to have a gazebo or picnic area or multi-use field. These are things that obviously in this particular setting, I can't necessarily ask you to do, but I certainly strongly hope you'll consider that in your development. You have any questions, Bonnie?
This development's already been approved by prior council, is that?
Well, it didn't have to be approved, just the zoning had to be approved, and then they've done that. Are the lots 9,000 square feet?
Yeah, everything's approved. They just need to get the annexation approved
That's
now.
what I thought. Yeah,
the-
it's all been previously approved, everything that, okay.
But it didn't have to be approved by us.
Well, the annexation, yeah, but
Are all the lots 9,000 square feet?
Or larger, yes.
The minimum is
9,000.
9,000, right?
That's right.
Bobby, you have any questions?
No.
Joey?
No, ma'am. Madam Mayor, I'm making a motion that we approve the annexation to extend the corporate limits.
I have to close public meeting. Thank you, Doug. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this subdivision, this annexation? Hearing no one else, I need a motion in order to close the public hearing.
Mayor, make a motion to close the public hearing.
There you go. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Now I need a motion to approve or deny the annexation ordinance.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the annexation to extend the corporate limits to the city of Graham for a tract totaling 18.1 acres located off of Longdale Drive.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you coming and bringing new people to Graham and appreciate your development. Thank you. Number 3, special use permit amendment, Little Creek Drive and Broadway Drive. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider a special use permit amendment for a previously approved townhouse development located at Little Creek Drive and Broadway Drive. I'd like to recognize our Assistant City Manager, Aaron Holland. And
Thank you again. As you just said, this is a previously approved special use permit that the applicant is coming before council to have an amendment done to that already approved special use permit. The amendment is to remove the Hanson Lane street connection. The street connection removal will also shift the location of the townhomes themselves and reduce the number of townhome units from 70 to 68. That part of the change does not require city council approval. That is actually handled by staff administratively. But the request is specifically for the removal of Hanson Lane. This is a special use request, even though it's an amendment, so it does have to go through the quasi judicial process. I will turn it over to our attorney. Planning board did hear this at their prior meeting and moved that all the application criteria was met and it could proceed to council for consideration. So I turn it over to Brian.
All right, thank you, Aaron. Just going to read a statement regarding the quasi judicial hearing. This hearing is a quasi judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it's like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this board must make its decision.
These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning and other legislative matters. The council's discretion is limited. The council must base its decision upon competent material and substantial evidence in the record. It is the decision that must be based on the standards in the ordinance and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards, not personal preference or opinion. This meeting is open to the public. However, participation is limited. Parties withstanding have rights to present evidence, call witnesses, and make legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, the local government, and individuals who can show they will suffer special damages. General witness testimony is limited to facts, no opinions. For certain topics, this council needs to hear opinion testimony from expert witnesses. These topics include predictions about impacts on property values and predictions about impacts on increased traffic. Individuals providing expert opinions must be qualified as experts and provide the factual evidence upon which they base their expert opinion. Note, inadmissible evidence is deemed to be objected to. Any documentary evidence that is certified or from a recognized professional source with authentication will be admitted. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. So at this time, city clerk can administer the oath for individuals who intend to provide witness testimony.
So I just want to say what the lawyer just said was, and he did a great job. Thank you, Brian. We appreciate you so much. But this is a public hearing, and we don't want to discourage anyone who has come here to speak tonight on this subject matter. We don't want to discourage you in any way to speak. We want to hear from you, but we just have to make you understand that it's, this being a quasi judicial hearing, our decisions have to be based on factual evidence. So you coming up and saying, well, I don't like this, is not a reason that we can deny, or if you say you like something, it's not a reason that we can approve of a particular request. So we have kind of a little brochure that we give out to people that are coming to quasi judicial special use hearings, and there's 6 things that you have to consider. And so in forming your argument tonight, just take these 6 items into consideration. That all applicable regulations of the zoning district in which the use is proposed are complied with. These are only 6 things that this council can consider. So when you are forming your argument, make sure that you're addressing these 6. Conditions specific to each use identified by the development ordinance are complied with. We have a development ordinance, which is the 2035 plan. And basically there's a lot of information in that plan that, is the use of the property harmonious with the neighborhood? There's a whole list of things that you can go through. I can't enumerate all of them, but there's a lot of information in there that you can base an argument on. The use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed, developed according to the plan as submitted. The use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property, and that the use is of public necessity. 5, the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted, will be in harmony in the area in which it will be located and in general conformity with the plan of development for the Graham planning area. 6, satisfactory provision has been made for the foregoing, which applicable vehicle circulation, parking, loading, service entrances, utilities, screening, signs, lighting, and open space. So you can base arguments on traffic, whether this particular use will be harmonious in the neighborhood as it exists right now. And so just want you to be aware It's just like when you go to court and you present evidence, in front of a judge. We act as a judge, today in this particular matter. And so we just need you to frame your, comments in that way. So this being a public hearing, anyone,
Madam Mayor, may I add one more thing?
yes,
So if we have people who want to testify who aren't witnesses of the parties, which the parties would be the petitioner in the city of Graham, that before they can testify, the council's going to have to determine whether they have standing or not.
Okay.
And they have to show special damages, and y'all have to make a formal decision as to whether they have standing. So if it's just general comment, we don't want to, we'd like for them to make that comment, but it might be better if they waited till items not on tonight's agenda. But if they do want to go ahead and talk, you guys will determine whether they have standing in our party to the transaction.
Okay.
Okay.
So, this is a public hearing for those witnesses who have taken, who would like to, make a comment on this particular issue. Please come forward, so that the clerk can administer the oath.
So these are expert witnesses. Hello. Okay, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say, I do.
I do.
Okay, I'll need each of you to sign this. You can do it as you speak if you like.
Okay. Yeah, limited to 3 minutes. All right, you ready to present?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor, thank you. Amanda Hodiern, my addresses are at 804 Green Valley Road, Suite 200 in Greensboro. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
I'm afraid to touch this thing. I don't want it to. All right, thank you. Appreciate y'all's time tonight and thank you, Madam Clerk and Mr. City Manager and Mr. Attorney, for your detailed instructions for the nature of this proceeding. It is certainly not the average type of hearing that we conduct, so I appreciate that. I'm here tonight on behalf of the property owner and the applicant who is the party to this case in that format as property owner and applicant. And that's Windsor Investments LLC. I have with me tonight Mr. David Michaels representing that group. And we're here tonight to ask for a very limited finite amendment to a previously existing approved special use permit. As you have seen in your staff report, as you'll hear more about tonight, this is a very surgical revision to remove a previously approved connection point in our roadway network. If you'll look, actually, let's go ahead and do this. If I may approach, I'm going to hand out some exhibits.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
This will help as I'm speaking. That way we don't have to wonder. So if you'll look at exhibits D and E. Exhibit D is the previously approved site plan associated with this permit. Exhibit E is the TRC pending phase 2 site plan. And that's what's led us here today, as we'll hear more about in a moment. So as you can see, and you've seen this in your staff report, you see it, this is the 2021 plan before you. But the nature of this request is simply this and only this. We are asking to remove the roadway connection of Hanson Lane, as you heard from Mr. Holland. And that is a request that has resulted from the TRC review process of Phase 2 of this currently approved subdivision. Nothing else is before us this evening. So I want to remind us that this type of amendment request is not uncommon. This happens because when we tie entitlement parts of the process to site planning, it's different from planning on paper to once we're out in the field with field collected data and we're actually engineering and moving dirt. So this is probably something you've seen and done before, be it in the form of conditional zoning plans or in the form of this more formal special use permit. But that's the nature of development that's tied to pre-engineered approvals. This amendment request does not impact in any way, does not modify, does not void the validity and the effect of the existing approved special use permit. So the nature of this analysis tonight is limited to the revision before you. It does not impact or negate any of the previous findings of fact from our 2021 approved special use permit. This use, I want to remind us, it's just the townhome aspect of this development that required the special use permit. So that's the only aspect of this subdivision that we'll be talking about tonight. And it is allowed in the zoning district here. The zoning district is not in question. The use is not in question. This development for townhomes is already permitted here. Again, the only question is whether or not the specific request to remove this Hanson Lane connection meets your findings of fact under the special use permit. As you've heard from your attorney, unlike the legislative zoning process, this is a quasi-judicial hearing governed by a 6-part test. You heard about that from the mayor, and we'll hear about it a lot tonight. If we as the applicant put forth sufficient evidence, which is competent and material for each of these 6 parts, then the permit must issue. I want to pause now and go ahead and introduce our team of experts and get those qualified as experts so that when they come up and offer their credentials and testimony, we'll go ahead and have that done. So we have tonight Mr. Gene Mustin. He's with Borum Wade Engineers. He did our civil design work, all of our engineering work, and has been a key component of the TRC review process that's previously transpired up until now to get us here tonight. So we have Gene, who you'll hear from. We have Miss Lisa Lunding. She's with Exalt Engineering. She's our traffic engineer. I want to note that Miss Lunding was also the traffic engineer back in 2021 that you heard from. So she's well advised of this property, this project, and has been a part of it through its entire arc. And you'll be hearing from her tonight. And we have Mr. Glenn Patterson of Patterson Appraisals. He's here to speak to one of the findings of fact, and he also was part of our team back in 2021. So again, we're pleased to have, and actually Gene Mustin, I'll note, his partner was involved back in 2021, so same engineering firm. So we've got the exact same players involved, continuity, and we all have been well apprised of the situation from 2021 until now. Another bit of housekeeping, I want to go ahead and incorporate into the record all of staff's comments that Mr. Holland gave leading up to this, and also the staff report that's in your packet. It's been in the agenda packet tonight. As you have read and in your review, of course, that staff report does echo what I've said tonight in the limited scope of this inquiry before you, limited to the removal of the Hanson Lane connection point, and it does offer findings to each of those elements of the 6-part test that we've talked about. And then, of course, importantly, it does recommend approval. This is a key component that staff has been through its exhaustive process, even more so in this case, because this is an amendment, because we've already been through TRC in phase 1. This has been looked at a great deal, much more so than when we were here back in 2021 even, and staff is recommending approval, and in fact played a large role in getting us here to this point where we asked for this revision. With that, I'd like to go ahead and ask Gene Mustin to come up and speak. I mentioned he's our design engineer. He's was involved in our TRC process. And before we get into the 6-part test, I'd like to offer into the record as evidence an accounting of the TRC review that led to us asking for this removal of this connection point. Mr. Mustin.
I'm Gene Mustin, Borum Wade and Associate Engineers in Greensboro, 621 Eugene Court, Greensboro, North Carolina. As Amanda mentioned, this project started back in 2021 with my partner who, he retired, so, hence, I think he's playing golf and taking care of grandbabies, and so I'm here. But, we have, followed through on this project for Windsor Investment. We do a lot of work for them. And, the original plan was to connect Hanson Lane through. And after we did our, designs with, having field survey data, the designs that we had for the roadway connection that would have run, to, Little Creek Drive, it was determined that that particular connection with about 30 foot of fall in there was just too much to handle for the road grades that would be, the final road grades that would be there. So we went through a formal TRC process with the city staff. Most of our review when it comes to these types of things are done with Josh. And, after he reviewed that with our own staff engineer, they made a determination that would probably be better from a engineering standpoint for safety and, engineering guidelines, that it would probably be best to not connect that together. That approval was a discussion with the city staff, and, we didn't take the conclusion lightly to just remove the road, but it was based on the determination that the road grade would be too steep to come down there to meet, engineering typical standards. And so today we asked for that elimination of that road connection, and that would be, the only thing I think that we're asking for tonight. The other couple of changes are staff level. So that's where we're at tonight. And I'll be welcome to ask me any questions. I will try to respond to you.
I did a couple quick questions. When you say Josh, you mean Josh Johnson?
Josh Johnson, yes.
Member of the TRC panel?
Yes.
And then, is it your understanding that pending tonight's hearing, TRC will issue approval of phase 2?
That is my understanding, that we have satisfied the rest of the requirements that TRC has issued to us, and this would be the last outstanding item. And then at that point in time, we could then begin our permitting process. Josh, correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's about what Any questions?
Picture of the 30-foot fall.
Do I have a picture of it? I did bring a engineering picture of it. I did. So this is, yeah, this is a picture of, oh, mark on here. So this is the end of Hanson Land now. Hanson. And this would be the connection. There is elevation. I wrote them down actually, so we could read them.
So for the record, this will be Exhibit F. It's a cross-section of the road topography showing the elevation change.
So this is, and I actually probably misspoke. It's probably more about 22 feet. I'm sorry, 22 feet, and our road grade coming in would be about 10% plus or minus.
So is that grade all the way, the entire back part of those townhomes that you have proposed there?
I didn't follow your question.
Does that grade run the width of those townhomes, or is it just where that road connects?
Just where the road connects. The rest of the road is designed to meet public standards for your city. That would be the long Little Creek Drive. Hanson is the only one that we had to adjust, remove. It was so steep. About 10% coming into an intersection, which is very steep.
So why would a road been proposed there to begin with?
So the road connection from Hanson, Hanson Drive was intended to be extended, obviously, from the way it was constructed in the past. And so when we had the preliminary plan developed, Little Creek Drive was stubbed as a road that needed to be connected. Hanson was stubbed as a road that needed to be connected. And on the other end, the name of that road is Palmer, needed to be connected too. So we gave an effort to try to connect all three together.
And if I could just clarify, Madam Mayor, those were existing stub outs as part of
Yes.
that previous development adjacent to this. So as you all know, as you sit here, looking at development, we're always required to stub out to, adjacent undeveloped property so that when that property does develop, connectivity is possible. However, it happens sometimes that that's not possible once the engineering is done and those stub outs are not able to be achieved.
That's about the succinct situation. The Hanson Drive elevation and the Little Creek Drive elevation that stubbed into the property. We gave a valiant effort to try to connect them through as would be appropriate to do that, but it's just not a safe condition to do it.
Visual of this?
If-
Give a visual of it?
The visual is the exhibit. That's, and if I may, it might be helpful here to proceed with the testimony. We have some other witnesses here that can help probably provide some context and detail that you're looking for. And then we can come back to these questions if you still feel like you want to look at the exhibit further.
Pull up Hanson, that Hanson stub out. Yeah.
It's heavily vegetated at its terminus right now.
Okay, well, he's pulling that up. You can proceed.
Okay, great, thank you. At this time, I'd like to ask if Josh Johnson, please, who was previously mentioned, could join us. If you could give your name and address, please, for the record.
Josh Johnson, I Williams, Carmen and King, 740 Chapel Hill Road, Burlington, North Carolina. I'm the contracted city engineer for the city of Graham.
Thank you. And can you describe for us what that role entails as it relates to this TRC process that we've talked about tonight?
As part of TRC, I am the engineering representative on TRC, so I'm primary reviewer for street grades, stormwater, water and sewer, in coordination with the department heads, including Burke Robertson as Public Works Director, who has designation as reviewing stormwater, storm drainage and streets.
Thank you.
Sanitation, I guess.
So is it accurate to say your regular role on TRC is to be in this committee and confer with the development community, bringing forth proposals to ensure that they're meeting the city's code standards, ordinance requirements and regulations for those items that you just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am. And in consideration with city ordinances as well as good engineering practices at the same time.
Okay, thank you. And did you participate in the TRC review process for this phase 2 development plan that we're looking at tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Could you tell us about that review process that led to these discussions about the topographical connection at Hanson Lane?
Yes, yeah. So so when we're reviewing it, one of Gene's junior engineers. I think Kenny's quite older than I am, so it's worthwhile. One of Gene's associate engineers sent us, after our first round of comments, I think he sent us some information when he was trying to do the design, where he was trying to figure out how to work the grade in order to make it work between Little Creek and Hanson. At that point, the distance and difference in elevation between those two was like 31 feet between the, elevation at the end of Little Creek and the elevation at the center line on Hanson. In order to do that, he was gonna have to put in, without the appropriate vertical curves, he was gonna have to put in grades in excess of 10% on Hanson and about 6.5% on Little Creek Drive. We would prefer that all of our street grades stay less than 8%. That's for numerous reasons, but in this case, he was asking to use a reduced vertical curve in order to get it to 10%. The issues we have when we use reduced vertical curves or when we have excessive street grades are that we get concerned about pavement slippage, we get concerned about stopping sight distance. We get concerned about quite a few different vegetation stabilization, maintenance concerns, which Bert can talk about a little bit. I'm assuming you're calling him. Okay. And then, so we reviewed it. We were concerned about all of those things. We're concerned about, or on the other side of it, we recognize the fact that it's still this portion of the subdivision still has connectivity on two sides, both to Palmer and back to Little Creek. And looking at it, we felt like it was in the city's best interest to eliminate that. We also wouldn't have the hills, we wouldn't have the one unit or the one set of units sitting on the side of the hill. And so we recommended that back to Kenny, who was the design engineer. And we recommended that they explore that option.
Thank you. I'm showing the witness exhibit C now in your packet. Mr. Johnson, do you recognize this document?
I don't think I wrote it.
Can you tell the council what it is, please?
Yes, that's an email from me to Kenny and Kenny Marlowe with Barnwade, and copying Burke, Robertson, Gene and David. Gene Mustin, David Michaels, that we had discussed it and that we were in favor of removing the street, Hanson Street extension and connection, that would eliminate units 30 through 33, but that we felt like less of our concern, but a concern of the applicant, which we knew it would be, that he would lose 4 units, but that he wouldn't have to build as a financial benefit, he wouldn't have to build the road. That we would want a road ends barricade so that we didn't have anybody drive off the end of the road and go down the 30 or what did you say there? I think we're gonna actually have 20-something feet. Okay, the extensive grade going off the end of Hanson Lane at that time.
So this email is you documenting the process that you just described to the council about your analysis, your consultation with your colleague, and then communicating that to the applicant.
Yes.
Thank you.
And it is the previous emails or the back and forth discussion between Kenny and I prior to reviewing it with Bert.
Great. Is there anything else you'd like to add at this time?
Not that I can think of. Do y'all have?
Oh, I do have one other question for you. Is it your understanding from your TRC process that this is the last outstanding matter for TRC to approve this phase 2 site plan?
I think it's the last outstanding item, assuming that Kenny moved the dumpster.
Yeah, staff level approval.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes.
I'd like to call Mr. Bert Robertson, please. You're excused for now. Thank you.
Okay.
They may have questions. Thank you. You could give us your name and address for the record, please.
Burke Robertson, Public Works Director. I spend most of my time at 105 West Parker Street, Graham, North Carolina, 27253.
Wonderful. And can you tell us about your role specifically as it relates to your position on the TRC?
As a Public Works Director, I review site plans, a lot of same things that Josh Moore is better than one. I also look for sanitation issues, service issues through proposed design.
And for the record, TRC is Technical Review Committee. And did you participate in the TRC process for the phase 2 of the Oakmont subdivision that we're discussing
ma'am.
tonight? Thank you. And do you recall the conversations that the previous 2 witnesses talked about when it was discussed how to handle this difficult elevation change?
Yes, ma'am. It was my recommendation as well to remove it.
Okay. So you're telling to the council that in these discussions, your recommendation was to remove it as well?
Yes, grade's too steep, causes too many long-term maintenance issues plus safety issues.
Could you tell the council a little bit more about those safety and maintenance issues,
Um,
please?
your safety issues, wet pavement, traction, whatever, you're coming down a hill, you gotta stop. You're gonna have slide wrecks in the intersection, trash trucks, especially on wet roads, don't stop real well. Wintertime, it's the only nice thing it has is south facing, but it still would have, freezing issues that make a hazard spot due to the grades. No matter how careful you try to transition it, you wind up at the bottom of the hill.
Do you recognize this email,
Yes,
Exhibit C, that we previously discussed?
yes.
Is this a accurate representation of your discussion with Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the council about you and your colleagues' analysis of this request?
No, no.
Have you seen this type of issue before, where a sub out or a connection point that maybe would have been nice or that was pre-contemplated by plat was not able to be achieved?
I've seen some that I wish worked.
Okay. Okay, but none that weren't able to be done,
They were done before I came here.
done before you came. Okay. Thank you. All right. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and also officially recognize for the record Exhibits A and B. Exhibit A is the staff report from the 2021 special use permit approval that I've referenced tonight. Exhibit B are the minutes from the city council meeting on May 11th of 2021, when that special use permit was previously approved. I've talked tonight about how we have a very narrow inquiry before us. We're only talking about the removal of this connection point. So therefore, I'm going to reference the existing standing, valid and very much in effect aspects of the 2021 approval. So to the extent that we talk about that item as a historical fact, I offer exhibits A and B into the record. At this point, I'd like to go ahead and talk about the components of the test and speak to those in specificity. So starting with element number 1, all applicable regulations of the zoning district in which the use is proposed are complied with. So this is a technical inquiry. It's focused on the zoning district specifically. It's looking at the standards of that zoning district based on the use. Things like unit count, lot dimension, lot coverage, setbacks. As such, this is an element of the test that's completely undisturbed by tonight's inquiry. The relocation of, or rather the removal of this connection point does not disturb the analysis, the findings of fact, and the approval that was found to be, that was determined back in 2021. With that said, I will note that your TRC process that we've already talked about a lot tonight, the one that occurred this year in 2023 for phase 2, it does, of course, look at those items to ensure that nothing has changed, to ensure that the loss of 2 units, you've heard that staff at its own level can approve the loss of these units that resulted from this road change. All of that has been reviewed through TRC, and the dimension setbacks, lot coverage, all of that is still intact and in compliance with your ordinance. So I offer as evidence tonight to this point, the staff report for 2023 that Mr. Holland mentioned that's in your packet for tonight's agenda, and the testimony and the staff recommendation for approval from your own city employees and contractors who reviewed for the development. The TRC review is conclusive evidence of the applicant's compliance with this element number 1 of the test. Element number 2, conditions specific to each use identified by the development ordinance are complied with. Again, this is another technical inquiry of your test. This time it focuses on any ordinance requirements that stem from the use itself rather than from the zoning district. So now we're looking specifically at the townhome use. Again, this aspect of the test is completely undisturbed, unaltered, unimpacted by tonight's narrow inquiry. So I reference exhibits A and B and the previous existing approval for the special use permit. The townhome use and its compliance was determined in 2021. It's been reiterated and reestablished by the 2023 review and the TRC pending approval and the staff report reflecting that recommendation for approval that's before you tonight. Element number 3, The use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted. Now, we are going to get into some specific new evidence tonight about this because we are, of course, requesting a plan change. But before we do that, I do want to note that the removal of the road connection, of course, is specific to that site plan revision, and we're going to talk about that. But also want to re-enter for the record the testimony from the previous two test elements that I just went over. It's relevant here. This is a bit redundant, but it's relevant to this element as well, because the whole reason that the ordinance exists is to ensure this exact element right here. We're trying to protect the public health and safety. We're trying to ensure that all of your rules and regulations work as they're supposed to. So the fact that we've met test 1 and 2 is materially evident and just as important here when we look at test number 3. It's imperative that we apply the compliance with the zoning laws and the use laws to this prong of the test. So I did just want to mention that. At this point, I'd like to call our traffic engineer expert, Ms. Lisa Lundeen, to discuss the exact implications and findings from her expert opinion on the removal of this connection point.
Holden, can you show me on there where the two, or maybe Aaron, if you could do that, where the other two are talked about?
Okay. Yeah, I think you've got a cursor here. So if you look to the left-hand side of the yellow circle that's highlighting where we removed the connection, keep going to the left, you see that's Little Creek. And he's showing you that horizontal connection that goes left to right on your screen. That's where the neighborhood is tying in to the existing Little Creek stub that was left there and contemplated to serve this open parcel. Then if we move over to the other side, this is Palmer Drive. And again, you see the bold area that he's highlighting there. That's the new part of the road that gets connected up to the north or the top of the screen where the existing Palmer Drive stubs into this neighborhood. So those are the two connection points previously contemplated that are still the plan and will still be connected to provide access.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lisa Lundeen, and I'm a traffic engineer with Exalt Engineering. Our offices are located at 304F West Millbrook Road in Raleigh.
I'll let you go ahead and just provide your testimony and I'll ask any questions if I need to.
Okay. Exalt Engineering previously prepared the detailed traffic assessment to study the traffic conditions of the roadway network surrounding the proposed site. And the purpose of that traffic assessment was to analyze the potential traffic impacts of the development and to identify any roadway improvements necessary to accommodate the site traffic. And by comparing the condition in the future as if the development was not built to a condition in the future as if the development is built, we were able to determine any necessary roadway improvements for this development. And in our analysis, it showed that there was available capacity at the intersection of Rogers Road and Wildwood Lane. The analysis also showed that the existing neighborhood roadway network was expected
Sorry,
to
can you say that again? I didn't hear. What was that first sentence?
about the analysis results. The analysis showed that there is available capacity at the intersection of Rogers Road and Wildwood Lane. It also showed that the existing neighborhood roadway network is expected to not only accommodate the background growth in our study area, but also accommodate the addition of site trips anticipated with the development. Then since completion of our traffic assessment, there has been a modification to the site plan to remove the Hanson Lane extension that we're speaking about tonight. And that site plan modification does not change the analysis presented in the previously submitted and approved traffic assessment. The change just removes the more indirect route to Wildwood Lane. And this change will not have any adverse impact compared to what has already been studied and approved. There will still be available capacity at the main intersection of Rogers Road and Wildwood Lane, and the existing neighborhood roadway network is still expected to accommodate the development site trips.
Thank you, Ms. Lundeen. So is it an accurate summary to say that your analysis suggests that the two remaining connection points at Little Creek Drive and Palmer Drive are adequate and have sufficient capacity to serve this neighborhood?
Yes.
And you mentioned that the Hanson Lane, the proposed removed connection point, you called it the indirect route.
Yes.
Could you elaborate on that, please?
Sure. It is out of the 3 connection points, that was the most indirect road to get in and out of the neighborhood.
Does that mean that your analysis would show it to be the perhaps least used just based on its efficiency of how to get into this neighborhood? Is that what that means?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Let me ask questions.
Yes, or however you want to do it.
How long of a study did you do? How many days?
How many, the traffic that we collected?
Yes,
It was over 1 day.
1 day. What day of the week was it?
I believe it was on a Tuesday.
How many vehicles did you record on a Tuesday?
I would need to look up that number.
Do you have a specific time?
We collected traffic during the peak hours, which would be 7 to 9 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. I do. I have the numbers on Rogers Road. We looked at 125 vehicles on the southbound approach of Rogers Road in the AM peak hour and 383 the northbound approach in the AM peak hour.
So is that combined total of those two numbers for that morning?
Yes, for the morning on Rogers Road. And then in the PM, we collected 211 southbound vehicles on Rogers Road.
211?
211, yes.
Mhm.
And 136 on northbound Rogers Road.
So Ms.
So
London,
I missed 1,000 cars. Is that right?
Correct.
of course, as distributed but directionally.
Right,
she
but
was
that's only 4 hours out of the whole day.
peak hours, yes, ma'am.
So it's more than that, obviously, the more cars than just 1,000.
Yes,
Correct.
we do study the peak hours in our analysis as approved by DOT in the city of Graham. We don't study the traffic all day. We only study the worst periods of the day to quantify our recommended
And
improvements.
you don't do like weekends or anything like that?
We do not for our residential development.
Okay, and do you have an estimate of what the new development, how many cars that would add?
I do, yes. The new development is proposed to add 123 AM peak hour trips and 163 PM peak hour trips.
163? How do you come up with that?
Those numbers are generated from the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip generation manual, which is a national manual used by all traffic engineers.
It's based on land use type and the intensity of that land use.
I'm confused. How will more people come home than left? There's 123 in the morning, 160 in the evening.
It's just different times of the day. They could be coming home
Okay.
a little bit, sure. It's just different times of the day. It could be depending on their, their work schedules, if they're coming home at, not the
Okay.
peak hour or leaving not during the typical AM peak hour.
But you've got 68 units now under the proposal. And how many bedrooms are in each unit?
How many bedrooms? How many bedrooms in each unit? Of the townhome? So the townhomes, which is the only thing under inquiry tonight, are 3 bedrooms.
I mean, there's no way that can't possibly be correct.
Well, and again, I would respectfully remind us that the inquiry tonight is not to re-examine the validity of a finding that we already know is approved and has already met this test. It's to establish whether or not removing this one connection point changes the functionality and the integrity of those results. So that's why we've re-engaged Ms. Lundin at this time to say, hey, does this change what you came up with? Is that going to overburden those other 2 connection points based on the data that we know already worked before? So that is the relevancy of how we need to look at this amendment in context. So that's that's the scope of what I believe the relevant, what I would suggest to you the relevant inquiry is.
But the only relevancy here under consideration is traffic, is the road use, is the exits out of the development.
I'm not sure how that's the only relevant question, road use.
Well,
Maybe I don't
we can't consider any of the other conditions.
Oh, I see what you mean. Right, so I think I think the question before you is, does the removal of this connection point change the ability of the road network to be able to adequately serve this? So here we have a qualified expert who looked at that exact question, who looked at those numbers, who looked at the capacity, the carrying capacity of the other remaining connection points, looked at that distribution to decide whether or not it's still functional. And we have to remember, this is going back again to the historical context, and I point you to the minutes at Exhibit B. We talked about this a lot in 2021, and I'm sure you remember. We have to remember that, this piece of property was always predetermined and pre-contemplated by things that happened before all of us, that these 3 access points were the only way it was ever going to get served. So that die has been cast. We know that this is how this property was going to get accessed. So now we're at the point where we know more. We have more field data. We know that those connection points, we heard all the technical testimony from your own experts and your own staff and contractors that one of those connection points was not feasible based on compliance with city typical standards, policies, its own objectives and requirements for maintenance and safety, and the ability to meet all the engineering variables that have to come together when road intersections meet. So with that being the case, we asked our traffic expert, does this still work? Do these 2 remaining connection points that were pre-established that we have to deal with, that we were all left to deal with, that's what serves this property. They're public roads. That's how we get in and out here. Is that going to work? And your expert opinion is?
Yes, it will not impact traffic negatively.
That was all my questions.
Okay, thank you. And we can certainly come back to this once we get into discussion if we need to. I would also like to, thank you. I'd also like to call Dean Mustin back. And while he's coming up here, I'd like Gene to just discuss the rest of the civil design issues that resulted in flowed from once we realized we needed to remove this, once that March email decision was made from conference with the TRC panel, this connection point needed to be removed. I'd like Gene to talk about what results or impact, if any, that had on remaining design issues and your ability to still have compliance with the rest of the code regulations.
Yes, so the plans that we provide are all designed together. We do grading plans, utility plans, erosion control plans, stormwater management plans, roadway network plans. We do a lot of things that go into submitting a set of documents to the TRC for their review, and they review them with the state ordinances and codes and statutes that are applicable, and also the local codes and statutes that are applicable. And we look at a lot of different things. Obviously, the things on the table tonight are not things like utility service or whatever, because that's not what we're talking about. But we are talking about the number of units that are there, and the traffic, and the roadway connection. And so there are state statutes that provide us guidance on what we're allowed to do in order to keep functionality of a subdivision intact. And given the state statutes that are available for us to use, and the review with the staff, is that we still have vehicular circulation that will allow for cars to come in and out at least at more than one point. We have 2. we can meet the code of ordinances that are established for all of our general design criteria that we can submit for our plans to be reviewed by. And then as far as permits go, we have not gone through any permitting yet because we are awaiting for TRC to be complete, which cannot be complete until we go through this particular issue. But from all indication from staff, they would recommend that we can continue with our permitting, which goes local and state, in order to proceed. Still waiting on TRC. The vehicular circulation should still be adequate. That's covered basically by the traffic engineer. And in this particular case, the developer actually is down 2 units. So he has two units less, and the roads are still designed for width and for serviceability as they would be if the road connection was there. I guess you end up with a little more open space on the plan. Yeah, a little more green area where we're not having as many units, not having a road connection. So I don't think that's a negative impact, any environmental permits or whatever we have. And I think that the plan would still be permittable by staff from a zoning standpoint, setbacks and that kind of stuff. And also from an engineering standpoint with our grading and our stormwater management and road grades and that type of thing.
So, Mr. Mustin, do you recognize the drawing on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Is this, everyone is Exhibit E in your packet. Is this the Phase 2 submitted TRC plan that was developed after the decision from Mr. Johnson and Mr. Robertson?
I believe it is.
And so that's why we're seeing that Hanson Lane is now stubbed, that there's no connection, and that all the townhomes now front on Little Creek.
Yes,
Is that right?
that's right.
So is it fair to say that this plan reflects the changes and shiftings and revisions that had to happen once that connection was lost?
Yes, that is what we
And
designed.
And is this what TRC has approved or has pending approval on?
I believe that's correct. Yes.
So all aspects of this redesigned plan have been through TRC.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you. That takes us to item number 4 in our test. That element is the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining property or that the use is a public necessity. The prong of this test that we are working under is that it does not injure the value of adjoining property. To speak to that element, we have our expert Glenn Patterson.
Good evening, Glenn Patterson, Patterson Appraisals, 885 Cheeks Lane in Graham. About my licensing. I am a state certified general real estate appraiser since, oh Lord, 1992, I guess. I'm a real estate broker since 1989, graduated Appalachian State with a major in real estate and urban analysis. You're welcome. And looking at this kind of project, we try to get to something specific to analyze if there's an impact can be figured out. The only one I could find back in the recent past was in Graham, and it was approved in August meeting in off of Lacey Holt in the Lacey Farm Development, whichever one's adjacent to that Tonewood Drive is in. I believe that one was approved to be same kind of thing. It was agreed not to be allowable or not allowable. It wasn't feasible to be built physically. And so I looked at data in there, didn't find anything that showed one way or the other. Looked around some of the other municipalities trying to find some other data that I could look back a little further in the market. There was just not much there. So given this situation, it's my opinion, it's not going to make an impact detrimental to abutting or adjoining properties.
And just for the record, could you please remind the council your finding back in 2021 that you were expanding upon or referencing back when you looked at this inquiry for tonight?
Yes, the same thing, that it wouldn't affect the properties next door. Adjoining. Thank you.
All right. Element number 5 of our test, the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted, will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and in general conformity with the plan of development for the Graham planning area. Again, we have here an element of the test that's unaffected, undisturbed by tonight's amendment request. The elimination of this one roadway connection does not diminish or void the townhome development plan's harmony with the area, the general conformity with the development of Graham's planning area as was determined and established with the 2021 special use permit approval. Again, as evidence for this, I direct you to exhibits A and B from 2021. And most importantly, I direct you to a staff report prepared for tonight for the 2023 amendment by your town staff, in which they found that they recommend approval for this request and specifically state that it is consistent with the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan. And just to, for the record, enter in some of the findings of that determination, both now and back in 2021. The land use plan calls for suburban residential here. That calls for a certain density of 3 to 6 units per acre. We're meeting that. It calls for a certain landform, which we're meeting with the townhomes. Your 2023 adopted plan calls for housing variety and housing in general, as we all know, is a critical issue across the triad and triangle. And so these are some key features that I'll reiterate and reemphasize tonight for the record, that this plan proposal still puts forward, even in its amended state before you tonight. That brings us to the last prong of the test. Satisfactory provision has been made for the following when applicable: vehicular circulation, parking and loading, service entrances and areas, screening, utilities, signs, lighting, and open space. Again, this is site-specific. It's a code-based technical inquiry, and it's only marginally implicated by tonight's requested amendment. To reiterate and reincorporate to this prong of the test some of the previous testimony you heard from the traffic engineer expert that this does not impact vehicular circulation based on the existed adequate capacity of the 2 remaining connection points. We've heard from Mr. Mustin that this, he's been able to revise the plan. He's presented that revised plan to TRC. It's been approved in its revised state, as you see before you and as you've heard from staff, both with Exhibit E from my packet and from the staff report presented to you by staff. So we have dispositive evidence, most significantly from staff, your own staff, that this site plan has made the relevant and applicable accommodations for each of these specific elements of your codes and requirements. And again, I'll hearken back to test prongs 1 and 2, which also asks us to look at code compliance. I see this number 6 as a more specific kind of issue-based inquiry into that same broader question. Are we meeting the regulations of the code? Are we able to adequately account for each of these specific items? And the answer is yes. So with that walkthrough of each test, with that reaccounting and re-emphasizing of the 2021 validity and current existence of approval that is still very much in effect tonight and not affected by this amendment request, I would submit to you that the 6 findings of fact have been met and this special use permit amendment should issue. This is a limited surgical request, I say again. It does not invalidate those existing approvals, and we've presented to you tonight and provided sufficient material, competent, relevant evidence before you that establishes the 6 prongs of the test are still met and that your code requirements are intact. So I know that's been a lot of information, and so we've got everybody here able to answer questions as we move forward, and look forward to discussion. Thank you.
Amanda, what's the width of the road?
The width of our road, Mr. Mustin? 27 feet.
And do you have 2-car garages at the townhomes?
We have 1-car garages and space for 1 car in front of the garage. We also have a declaration that gets filed. It's probably already been filed because of phase 1. So we have an HOA in place. We talked about this back in 2021. And so the HOA is empowered through that declaration with the authority and ability to address issues if it becomes an issue with on-street parking. I know that you've alluded to that, back in, when we considered this.
We're
a
not
couple years
really
ago.
making accommodations for on-street parking with a 27-foot road and you've got one
We have some,
with car
we have
driveways
2 parking spaces
with
per unit.
three-bedroom
We
townhouses.
have 2 parking spaces per unit, and if Mr. Mustard can come back up, I believe we also have some guest parking available. Is that right? If you could come back up, to speak to the parking. So, I believe that there's guest parking. I think this, we talked about this before.
Yes.
Some overflow parking. Could you talk about that? Thank you.
So at this point, we have the ability within the development of this plan to provide all of one car garage, right? But each driveway can accommodate another 2 cars, so we have 3 cars per unit. That has been accommodated, and there are about 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Probably another 9 paved spaces that are within the townhome area for additional overflow parking. So each site should have ability to park 3 cars, plus there's if I count them correctly, I think there's about 9 additional parking spaces for visitors.
And
How
we've
far
also
is the
reduced our unit
parking-
count by 2.
I'm sorry?
We've also reduced our unit count by 2. So, the demand for those overflow spaces is, lessened.
I understand what you're saying, Amanda, and I know you keep saying that over and over, but the reality of it is that you put in your drawings for 4 units to be placed on the road connection, that you are saying that you really can't build.
The previous plan had the 4.
Right, so to say that you're not asking us to give you 2 more units when you really, if you're not gonna put in that road, it eliminates 4 units. That's really not an argument that you can make, that you're
So-
giving up 2 units, you're giving up 4 units and then asking us to give you 2 more units on the other road.
So I believe my statement in the staff report reflects that it's a net reduction of 2 units. So no, we're not trying to stand here and say that it's a reduction of 4 units. It's a reduction of 2. And it's a shifting because the 4-unit building that you referenced that used to exist along the Hanson Lane connection is no longer there. So those 4 units are gone. 2 of them are re-picked up, if you will, reestablished elsewhere. 2 of them are lost.
But that is an
And-
ask.
Well, actually, it's a staff-approved ask that's already been determined at TRC, so it's not part of the request tonight.
Is that considered in the 10%, Aaron?
So the reduction that Amanda's referencing, that is a staff level approval. And the shifting of the units also is a staff level approval. So both would qualify. If they were increasing any of the, with the addition of units or anything along those lines, increasing the density, that would have to come back before council.
It's still an ask, though.
Well, that part has already been approved. It's an ask that has already been staff approved. The only item that's being asked tonight is in reference to the Hanson removal.
Is the length from the connection there to the other connection at the end, how many feet is that?
Let's see if I have that for you. Mike. So from Little Creek to Palmer, is that about what we're asking for? That would be about about 1,200 feet. Sound about right then? 1,200? 1,200 feet from Little Creek to Palmer. Is that right? Maybe I'm wrong. Wait a minute. You're talking about from Little Creek Drive all the way to Palmer Drive, the long stretch of Little Creek?
Our 2035 plan states as follows: where possible, blocks should be broken up to create straight lengths of less than 600 feet between intersections.
Yes, okay, so we have a break in the middle, and I believe that this is, wish I had a magnifying glass, I can't even read my own drawing, I got it so small. Yeah, so we have approximately 1,200 feet from the south in the middle of the drive.
That's how that requirement is met.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
So there is about an 1,100 foot or 1,200 foot dimension between Little Creek Drive and its extension to Palmer Drive.
Horizontally.
Horizontally across the page. And in the middle of that midst, there is a stub road to the south that will break up the block that will access into further future phases of the development. Phase 3.
Can you read that again, please?
Sure. States, where possible, blocks should be broken up to create street lengths of less than 600 feet between intersections.
If possible.
It says it's desirable that automobile parking be located on the street and behind homes with ingress and egress via rear alleys, and that street rights of way, including sidewalks on both sides with street trees placed 30 to 40 feet intervals with grass swells. But there's not gonna be any parking on the street, right?
That's not how this is designed. It's got adequate parking as you determined with your previous questioning that there are 3 spaces for each unit. And of course, we have the overflow parking. And then of
How
course,
far
just
away from the unit is the overflow parking located?
So it's not in one location. It is in different locations as you go through the development. So we have spaces that are not sure.
CBU. Yeah. So Mr. Mustin has circled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different spots along the Little Creek horizontal road where there are just little inserts of 2 to 3 overflow parking spots.
Actually, I think I count 12 total.
So they're just well distributed along the road so that if anybody needs a guest overflow spot, it's accessible and they don't have to go to.
Where is that located on this map?
Yes. Okay, so I actually just had some specific information given to me that we've actually added 43. Is that right? 43 spaces from the original plan in this new plan. So the parking adequacy has been increased significantly.
Okay.
That's
So we have
because
single drives on the first plan, we have double drives on most all of these, and we have 12 additional parking spaces that are on the plan now.
You've increased the number of driveways. Did you do that on all the 3-bedroom units?
we increased the size of the driveway so that it now
We have
can.
increased size of driveways on every single end unit. We increased the size of the driveways on every single end unit, so I misspoke. Every single end unit has a double driveway. Interior units have a single driveway, have 12 parking spaces that have been paved interspersed along the development for additional overflow parking.
What are the 43 spaces? Is that just the difference between the first plan and the second plan?
There's 43 additional dedicated parking spaces now in this revision than from what you saw in 2021. Those 43 spaces are comprised of additional designated driveway spaces and the additional overflow spaces.
That too is staff approved, Aaron? Parking is, I mean, not that I dislike having parking so that if you only have a 27-foot wide road, but
What they did was increase the size of the driveway that the townhomes have. So that's adding the ability to have an additional spot that a
right,
car
I
can.
don't dislike it. I'm just concerned that you approve something and then you don't have to go back before council to get anything changed. I mean, to get those kind of, what other changes were staff approved?
I don't have the list here, but in reference, no, I mean, I don't have a list in reference to that. The question of can staff approve someone adding a parking spot to an existing lot? I would think, and I'm just speaking from my perspective, council would be ecstatic that the developer would do
I
that.
am happy about that.
Right.
It was my understanding that if changes were made to the existing subdivision, that has to come before council.
This is not a conditional zoning. A conditional zoning, which is site specific, is totally different. But this being a special use, it's the use that council's approving, but there are predetermined, pre-approved administrative approvals that staff can do.
So if they had 2-car parking, could they go to 1-car parking with staff approval?
I would have to read, I mean, I don't have it in front of me currently, but I would have to read to see, but I would assume that any density that would be lessened, I mean, or increase in this case, we would have to consider whether or not that would need to come back to council.
Just to the extent it's helpful, the standard rule of thumb in every jurisdiction is if it increases intensity or diminishes, functionality, then you have to come back to council.
Yeah, I guess.
That's always been our
It
thing.
just opened the concern for me of what else has changed from previous submission to this submission. That's all I was asking.
Yeah,
about.
understood.
Yeah, I think from staff's perspective, we're only operating with what city council has approved us to be able to do. And when I said list, there's a list that we have in our ordinance that we can say, we can do this. We can't go beyond that. That was my reference to the list.
Okay, we're here as needed to answer further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I asked some other people that were sworn in, if you'd like to raise your hand. Yes. Sure. Certainly.
I think this is where they're gonna have to be determined. You're gonna have to make a determination as a board as to whether they have standing or not to ask
Okay.
questions, and
Okay,
he's gotta show special damages with specific to the removal of the road
okay.
or the,
Um, i- if you'd like to come up,
My name is Peter Murphy. I live at 1933 Meadowview Drive. I live 2 blocks away from this permit that they're putting in for. So question that I would
okay,
like you to.
I
hold
think-
on just one
yeah,
second. We have to determine whether you have standing to testify at this particular point in the hearing. And I just defer to our attorney.
determination of standing is gonna be up to a formal board decision based on whatever information that Mr. Murphy can present, that he has suffered special damages because of the removal of Hanford Lane or
Right.
Hanson Way. Yeah. So whatever evidence you have to show you have suffered special damages because of the removal of this road.
Objection to the description, they have to be particularized, special damages.
Yeah, yeah.
Distinct to what the greater community.
Yeah, the basic is the central question is has the individual who alleges standing shown that he or she has damages that are distinct from those damages to the general public at large?
So
Sure.
example would be like, damages to your road that you access your property, that kind of thing.
No, I have, I just
I'm-
wanted to ask some questions.
You
of
seem
the-
to be
I-
not sure about that, so.
I'm just, all I wanted to do is ask some questions for clarity of what the witnesses have brought up. For example, we're not,
You have to have standing to ask questions.
okay, so how do I get that standing?
You have to show particular damages, particular special damages that are happening to your property caused by the removal of Hanson Road,
Okay,
Hanson Lane.
well, I do have,
Board has to determine, make a formal decision. They'll have to vote as to whether you have standing or not.
okay.
I guess the question I need to have you answer, how are you impacted by the change in closing Hanford Lane where it's not extending down
Hanson Lane.
Hanson Lane?
Because it's impacting the traffic flow that's gonna go directly in front of my house, because I'm at the corner of Little Creek and Meadowview Drive. And this is taking an access point, one of 3 access points away. And I will have more vehicle traffic, I will have more pedestrian traffic. And it will impact, and it also will impact, my property in other ways. I also have a question on the setup of this is I've gone through the ordinance, that's in front of us.
I'm sorry?
Objection noted for the record for standing.
So can we need to make a formal motion?
You guys are making the findings of fact and going to make the determination. So he's got to give you guys what y'all feel is sufficient evidence that he has a particular damage there. And then you can determine, then you'll vote whether or not he has standing or not.
So it's my understanding that the only roads that, like, just saying that you're going down, the only accesses out are gonna be Wildwood, Meadowview, which you live on, is that correct?
I live
Mr.
on Meadowview, the corner of Meadowview and Little Creek.
And Little Creek, are those the only 3 ways out?
Palmer.
Palmer,
Oh, Palmer, okay, there's 4 ways out, is that right? Well, really, it's
Uh,
3 ways, but you hit like if you're going to a main road, you still gotta go down Wildwood, right?
Not on Palmer. You go Palmer, you go out Palmer to Ridgecrest, then to Rogers.
Okay.
If you go Little Creek, you can either do Spring Meadow or Meadowview to
Only
Wildwood,
3
and
ways
then
out
Wildwood.
of the subdivision. 3 ways.
so,
No.
but they're taking Hanson Lane from, they're not going to extend it to Little Creek Drive, correct?
Hanson.
So how is that going to impact? I mean, I don't see. Then they would either have to go out Whisper Ridge to Palmer and then out, Ridgecrest to Rogers Road, or they would have to go up to, Grandview and go out, or over to Grandview and then Spring Meadow and then out to Wildwood. So I don't really see how it impacts the traffic on Meadowview with that little stretch gone. I don't see how just cutting it out from Whisper Ridge down is going to throw more traffic onto the corner of Little Creek and Meadowview. I mean, maybe I'm not reading that right, but because then they would have to go out. It's right there.
Yeah.
Then they would have to go out Whisper Ridge to Palmer and out to, or they would have to go out Grandview to Spring Meadow and out to Wildwood, or they'd have to go out Grandview to Palmer. But they're not going to be coming, they're not going to be coming the other way.
That would be if Hanson was connected. If Hanson's not connected, they'll go to Little Creek to one of those three roads.
Yeah.
Or back out to Palmer. Either way, they've got to get to Wildwood to hit Rogers Road, or Palmer, they can go all the way out to Ridgecrest.
Right.
But the problem with Palmer is once you come out of the old development into the new development that, Keystone built, that's a 25-foot residential narrow. So that's a very bottlenecked means of degress coming out of there.
Only 20-foot.
25-foot
Foot
Palmer.
one.
And I think, Burke, am I correct on that? Okay.
Yeah, but I drove this area, Saturday and Sunday and looked at it. If I was coming out of this new subdivision, I'd go up ahead Palmer and go all the way up. That way you miss all the traffic going into the park all the time. Down on top of the hill versus coming down on Wildwood.
But theoretically, I mean, traffic would increase by, by one less connection, one less option. It's gonna increase on any of the other roads. I don't know, it's up to the council. I make a motion to allow Mr. Murphy to, ask his questions, as I believe that his testimony given, that traffic would increase on his road, that being one of the essential, 6, things to consider, 6 conditions to consider under section 10.144 of the development ordinance. Do I hear a second to allow him to be able to?
And I'd have to object to that for the record for failure to state a particularized damage. That's a general public opinion impact. Just for the record, thank you.
I will also,
You need us to vote on it, right?
Need you to vote.
Yes,
Yes,
second.
ma'am.
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Murphy,
excuse me, what is the vote, Mayor?
it's 3-2, me and Joey voting in favor of allowing him to be able to ask his question.
There's a specific issue with the ordinance. The ordinance, we're being, somehow someone has to get out here. The ordinance doesn't have any, anything in it for a very specific,
We need to move on, right?
Objection, Mr. Attorney.
The special,
You can, at the end of the items not on tonight's agenda, you're.
that's
more
not
welcome.
gonna help for this, the special use,
But you can't,
the special
right,
use-
right now, you're done.
yeah, the special use ordinance does not have a limited access or limited scope special use. It does not. There is no, that's written in by the attorney. And this whole project has to be looked
Yeah,
at.
that's just. That's not admissible, so.
I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy. Is there anyone else that was sworn in that, could, would like to come and speak? You'll state your name and your address and how the closing of Henson Road, in this request under the special use permit affects you.
My name is Eric Baumhard. I live at 1813 Spring Meadow Drive. I walk on Hanson Drive with my dogs. Okay. My community, okay, is predominantly senior citizens.
We need to have a
Okay.
vote on the standing. Thank you.
Never mind. Have a good day.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Charlie Smith. I live at 616 Whisper Ridge Drive. My property joins off of Hanson. I thank the city council for the opportunity to speak.
Well, we've got to figure out if you can speak or not, whether you have particular damages with
Yes,
regard.
I think so. I have some
Okay.
facts I'd like to provide to the council.
Provide the facts that support the damages,
Right.
let them vote on it.
Right. I'll speak plainly. I don't have a law degree.
You don't have to, sir.
You've heard tonight from the developer and the lawyer to ignore and disregard our speech. It is shameful and undemocratic that this special use application can be used to silence the citizens of Graham, your constituents who pay their taxes and live in the community that will be most affected by this development. I fully agree with the City of Graham Engineer and Public Works Director that extending Hanson Lane would be both a safety hazard and an added expense to the city and taxpayers. Hanson Lane should not be an access point. But I question if this application approved in May of 2021 is now valid. Fact one,
What,
Objection.
That's,
For your
you gotta determine whether they have to determine whether you have,
You can't.
and I'm sorry, I'm sorry I'm making this complicated, but to speak, anybody other than the party to speak has to show they have particular damages. They then determine whether they have standing, and then they can ask questions, cross-examine, have all the rights that the other parties have. But you gotta first determine, express what your damages are.
why can't I just speak to the facts that have been misrepresented, what occurred back in 2021, and how that's relevant to where we are today? Do I not have a First Amendment right to speak?
Absolutely.
Every person on this
If-
council wants you to be able to
Yeah.
speak to us. Every council member, I can assure you. This particular proceeding is not one that is, you have to go by certain rules of evidence. And, that's why I tried to explain earlier, because I try to make sure that the public, frames their argument in a way that allows them to be able to have the council make decisions based on their testimony. So if you say something and it isn't within these certain rules that I did not make up, that the statute determines, North Carolina statutes, it's frustrating for us as well. Because we want everybody, and I think you heard me say earlier, I want everybody to be able to get up and testify. Do you have any evidence that if the road, it's your opinion that you don't want the connection, correct?
I do not want the connection,
Okay,
but there are other issues that the city council should hear me out on.
but in order to be able to testify in this, you need to speak about how that connection affects your property in relation to damages if it is allowed versus not being allowed.
Is that somewhere in the ordinances or in a law that says that you have to show that you personally
it's just like a court hearing. If we're, if you were, you have to follow certain rules of evidence in order to be able to, for this board to be able to find, findings of fact based on expert testimony or on, evidence presented by people that have what's called standing. So I'm not saying that in my opinion, he owns property on there, but you just need to state how having the connection or not having the connection affects your property or you financially in some way.
All I wanted to do was ask the council. Section 10.148 of the city ordinance regards invalidation. And I just wanted to speak plainly to the city council that paragraph says two things that are not being met right now. One is that the original plan that was presented before the city council, May of 2021, is not the plan. They call it an amendment. In fact, that the engineer, the engineer even said tonight, the original plan.
He doesn't have standing, he's got to
Okay.
cease
So,
So-
okay, 24 months, it's been 29 months, they haven't broken ground.
or take a vote. Given-
Can you talk about how the connection could affect you financially one way or the other?
It's traffic. The traffic is going to be unbearable. The land is not, the land is zoned for R12, medium density. From Whisper Ridge, which is where we live, the engineer said tonight, which I dispute his testimony, he said point blank that Hanson Lane was the only section in that topography where you had the extreme grade. That's not true. Think of the logic of that land. It's a severe slope going
You
all the
guys
way
need to
down.
Vote before he keeps
Yes.
testifying.
Do you believe that an additional 1,400 cars coming on the connection for Henson Drive?
Objection, Madam Mayor.
Yes, I also believe that since 2021, they've put another development in of 27 single-family homes that are also going to be using the same road systems.
Objection relevant.
Yeah.
Let us
I
make a
just-
vote first to see if you have standing. Is there a motion on the floor to allow Mr. Smith, Charlie Smith, to have standing and give testimony in this hearing? I make the motion to allow Mr. Charlie Smith to give testimony in this hearing. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye. Favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Madam Mayor, may I say one thing?
Yes.
Sir,
Doesn't quality of life count for anything in the legal world?
can I address one thing that you did say? The 24 months on a special use, that has been met. They don't have to necessarily break ground, but they do have to pull permits and continue on with the TRC process, and that has been met, because that was questioned, and I think Mr. Holland can back me on that. So that the 29 months, that they have been progressively working on the project, so that if that will answer your question.
That answers one question.
Okay.
The engineering study that was presented, they took data from 2018, traffic patterns of 2018. Here we are, 2023. They're adding another development off Little Creek and Luther, which is another 27 homes. All of these cars are going to be competing. It's not Rogers Road. It's getting to Rogers Road that's the issue. They've got to go through Meadowgreen, Meadowview, Spring Meadow. They're all senior citizens. We don't have sidewalks in that neighborhood.
Okay.
So the point is, it's an R12 medium density zoned land that the developer has gone around the law and he's cramming in 177 lots. It's crazy.
And
very much.
unfortunately, that was
Objection
approved
to
by
the
our
speaker's prior
council.
testimony.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I may,
No.
I know I can always learn something at these meetings. But I have never seen a special use permit in any jurisdiction in which this issue of special
Standing.
damages is a factor that limits people from speaking. I just don't,
One,
I just never heard of that before.
160D 405B.
I think because it was previously a quasi judicial, it has to be quasi judicial at this time.
I understand that.
Therefore, they have to follow the state statute laws.
I understand that, Mr. Councilman, but I've just never heard of that particular qualifier for anybody to speak.
Well, they're not witnesses for either party. So if they're not witnesses and they want to speak, then they have to be determined whether or not they have standing. If it's determined they have standing because they can show special damages with particularity, then they can speak. They can ask questions. They have the same rights as the parties do, and they're a party.
Well, like I say, this, I don't know if this is a different interpretation or such a unique situation that it makes it new, but I have just never seen this kind of limitation on public participation, even on a special use permit. I understand that the council is free to ignore, be honest, ignore some of the testimony, but I just don't understand how they are precluded from hearing it in the first place.
Point of order, Ms.
Law.
It's in that, Mayor.
Show me what you're showing. What are you showing?
If you look there, you can outstand. Right.
Are they not allowed to be a witness opposed to the, you said parties, can they not be an opposing party?
That's what we're trying to figure out. If they're going to be a party, they have to show the standing.
Never seen it before, Mayor.
No.
Very, very unique,
I made a motion to,
I understand.
to allow it.
Learn something all the time, but that's a new one on. Go to the planning board, and they did not do, no one was sworn in at the planning board.
Okay, we can't take testimony from the audience. Is there anyone in the audience that was sworn in that has not spoken yet? Was there anybody else that has been sworn in? Can I ask how many people here are here on this matter or on a different matter? That's who's here on this matter. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. Is there, Amanda, could you take the podium for a minute?
Yes,
Are there
Madam Mayor.
any other connections, possible connections to send traffic to in exchange for Henson?
I don't believe so. If we could zoom out, I'll show you why. So if we keep going, please, and move, yeah. So if you look at the significant stream corridor or creek corridor that runs through here, and Gene, Mr. Musta might be able to speak more to this, but the only connection points are going to be able to go to the north and then eventually over to the arterials running north and south that come from that. And that's because of the environmental features that essentially hem this area in to the south. So we don't have any stubs to reach to, if you will, or land to get to by going those other ways. And the stream corridor has kind of set that up. So again, going back to this point of, this has been predetermined and pre-established and Keystone's developed and had to stub out and they did it the way they did it. And the others to the north, this access was predetermined to always be these existing stubs. So that's what we're utilizing and we've gotten to that point now where one of those is, as you've heard tonight.
So in regards to the additional traffic that would be filtered specifically to like Wildwood Lane and areas like that, I've gotten, and this has, I didn't get it I didn't get this picture of Wildwood Lane and the condition of the road there in relation to this particular meeting tonight, but it's been several months ago and, it's been brought up several times. The pictures that we've gotten from Wildwood Lane are pretty damaging.
I'm sorry, are you referring to pictures that aren't in evidence tonight?
Yes.
Okay, so I would not be able to speak to something that I've not had the ability to review or see.
Are you, have you been out to the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen the damage to the roads?
They have been repaired.
I would object to, I would not say that I've seen damage, no, ma'am.
Yes.
Have they patched them?
Yeah, they've
They
cut them
dug
out
them
and
out
put large patches in.
So, okay,
Nice and smooth.
okay, did the developer do that?
I think they did the top 4 inches, or
Okay,
did you do
good.
the whole thing? I knew y'all were down there quite a bit. I don't know
Oh.
what all y'all did.
I'm not sure what any of that discussion or the picture that was shown was. I'm not sure
You're
if there's a
welcome to see the
question.
picture.
I did,
Yeah,
well, I don't need
they-
to if
they
there's,
were-
if
they were
there's a
repaired.
question, I just didn't know.
They were
That's
repaired
just
and the
my
developer
general
had a,
knowledge of Wildwood Lane.
they were repaired and the developer did have a pretty large hand in making sure that happened.
Okay, good. The,
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Your traffic, engineer stated, the traffic at Wildwood and Rogers. But nothing was really, I didn't hear anything addressed about the, Palmer and Ridgecrest, what that would affect and how it would affect the other streets in the neighborhood. I mean, I know the traffic count on Rogers Road is one thing, but that's kind of irrelevant to the people that live in the neighborhood.
Palmer and Ridgecrest,
Yeah, because when you come out of that Palmer,
right?
you're gonna come up
All
to
the way up to
Ridgecrest,
Ridgecrest.
and then you're gonna turn left on Ridgecrest and
Get to
right or left on
to
Rogers.
Rogers,
More
right?
than likely right, because you're gonna be headed towards town.
Right.
And that is gonna be, in my opinion, I'm not an expert witness, but that is gonna be the main path of people leaving that neighborhood.
Okay.
Because it's not, if you, Palmer and Ridgecrest, because if you come down to Wildwood and Rogers to make a right turn, it is an uphill climb. Pretty
Okay.
significant. So if you stay on that, but nothing was addressed about the impact on Palmer, Ridgecrest, Spring Meadow, Meadowview. It was just the intersection at Wildwood and Rogers. Is there any,
So I'm gonna let,
any traffic studies to support what, by closing Hanson, how many more people will be going on Palmer? How many more people will be coming to Wildwood? I mean, that's a significant
so
determination on how it impacts the neighborhood.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to let the expert come up and answer, but I'll reiterate the testimony that I heard that was stated into the record, which was that Hanson is the most indirect, i.e. the third priority access point in the trip distribution that their study analyzed. And therefore, if you're going to remove one and have to displace those trips, that one's going to be the least impactful one to remove. You're displacing the fewest number of trips.
And I
Because it's
agree.
being chosen the least, but, so that, I think she did speak to that. She spoke to the adequacy of the capacity of the remaining Palmer Drive and, Little Creek, but I don't want to speak. for
Palmer
her.
goes from 27 of where your new development is to
Mhm.
31 in the existing neighborhood to the new development of 25,
Mhm.
then back to
The
31.
new
So it's-
development of 25,
That's the newer part of the development on Palmer, which is,
the Keystone one you referred
Keystone,
to
yes.
earlier. Mhm.
so, I mean, that's a bottleneck.
And unfortunately, that's an existing condition that was already predetermined on this public right of way that we have to connect to. So
Right.
that, I hear you. But
I
it is,
just, my concern
it is
is
something we're
is the traffic on,
Okay.
on that road.
I'll let her speak to that in addition to what's been on the record.
Sure. So the capacity of a 2-lane roadway is typically about 10,000 to 12,000 vehicles per day. And based on our analysis with the growth in the area as well as the addition of our site trips, we'd only expect to add about 3,000 vehicles per day. So that's well below the 10,000 vehicles per day capacity.
And you're talking about Rogers Road, not the neighborhood,
That
the
would be
25-foot neighborhood road.
correct. That's
How will that affect the 25-foot neighborhood road?
that is the 10,000 is that the capacity for the neighborhood road.
It's not. Two cars meeting side by side on a 25-foot road is limiting.
Especially, I mean, if you look at it, there's cars parked on both sides of the road
That,
all the time.
they can't park on the 25,
Trailers.
period. But they can, I think, park on one side of a 27.
I think we'll do this right. Is the capacities that you're quoting are from what source?
They are from the NCDOT Planning Board.
And that's for any 2-lane road?
Correct.
Regardless of the width of the road?
That is that range that I gave, the 10,000 to 12,000 depends on the width of the road. So
Mhm.
that lower 10,000 number, I believe is a 9-foot lanes. And the 12,000 number is for 12-foot lanes.
So to your question, this is, I know we all have anecdotal experiences and the things that we bring to the analysis, but this is the fact-based evidence in the record that is coming from the expert who knows how to utilize the sources and the modeling for these exact types of analyses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for the developer.
We'll need to swear him in, Madam Clerk. You mean, yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
My name's David Michaels. My address is 1007 Battleground Avenue in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Okay, so in regards to tonight's hearing, the only thing that's up for consideration by the council, because this special use permit was previously approved, is the Henson connection. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay, is if the council were to agree to, no longer require the connection, but request that the developer keep all the other drawings, with the addition of the expanded, driveways, but get rid of those 4 lots on the Henson connection, would the developer be agreeable to that?
We've already lost this. If I'm understanding your question correctly.
Well, you're making up 2 more lots somewhere else. Is that right?
That's correct.
So instead of going from 70 to 68, would you go from 70 to 66?
We're not prepared to offer that now.
Okay. So I wanted to ask. Any other questions, Bonnie? Any questions?
Nope.
Any questions?
No, ma'am.
I would like to state that, I'm always a proponent of people being able to come and, say what they want to be able to say in front of the people that they elect to represent them. I understand that we have certain rules and procedures that we have to go by. But the council being educated on what information they receive, and what information they have to consider, I think is something that, we need to take into account. And so I find it particularly disturbing to have a developer come, and I understand, even when you have someone that doesn't want the connection, which is what the developer is arguing for before the council, it does lend itself to have some measure of distrust by the public and the existing neighborhoods that are there when you don't want people to testify. But as long as the council understands what they can and can't consider, I think it's important to allow people the ability to be able to speak. That's just my comment on that. My feeling about the, I go to court all the time and people will talk about things that are not relevant. And obviously the judge has to step in and ask them to not proceed in order to prejudice in order not to prejudice the jury or the judge in hearing testimony that they're not allowed to hear. So we do have to follow certain rules, and we appreciate our attorney being here to try to make sure that some of that is done. But I do think that our council members, while they want to hear from the public, they also want to follow the rules of law. So, we'll continue to try to perfect this this process, and I wish anybody that takes the time out of their day to come to speak to any council that they have the opportunity to be able to do so. My comment about this being suburban residential is that the transportation part, it talks about parking being located on the street, and that there be sidewalks on both sides of the street, and where possible blocks be broken up every 600 feet, that it would be a pedestrian friendly design, and that you would have an area that is allowing for both a mixed use, which I think they have with the different stages here, but the traffic and the transportation concerns me. even though the person that testified in regards to the traffic study, I consider them to also accept them to be an expert, but I don't know that studying traffic patterns for 4 hours a day on a Tuesday would be something that I would accept as being adequate study of how this new development is going to be impacted based on the closure of this additional road. My personal knowledge is of the damage and the existing road conditions that we have there, which were of concern when this development was approved. And now it's just an additional road access point that would be withdrawn without any number of the units being lowered. And I don't know that this is necessarily going to create a pedestrian-friendly design or that it affects the it's a satisfactory in regards to Section 6, satisfactory provision has been made for vehicle circulation, parking, loading, service entrances, areas, screening, utilities, signs, lighting, and open space, or that it would not injure people that have property located there for the increased traffic. And then the use would not endanger the public safety for the people that have cars on the road and that sort of thing. I particularly think that roads should be wider based on the number of residents you're going to have going up and down them, and an additional 15 or 1,000 to 1,500 cars in that area could cause some safety issues, particularly in that because of the development, the additional development. I'm just one person on the council, but what is your feeling?
Madam Mayor, I think it's a point of order. We have a matter before us, and I think we are getting away from the reason this is a quasi judicial hearing. We're being asked to consider the proposal by the developer to not extend the road. We're not here to second guess the previous council that approved it. We can't rewrite it or undo it.
I would agree with that.
We need to address the issue. Yes, we'd like the public to speak. But for such a hearing, we're held to the legal requirements as defined by the state statutes. Your comments would be more appropriate if this was a general open forum and not a quasi judicial hearing. You know, otherwise, if this was the first time this was brought forward,
A rezoning.
all be
public hearing.
allowed
Yeah.
to speak. But because it's a special request and it's quasi judicial, there were 6 factors that you had to be able to address. One of the 6 to give yourself standing to talk about what's being proposed. It's not that we don't want to hear you, but there's a time and a place for your comments.
Not that we don't agree with you either.
But
because
again-
I hate that it was ever approved. It's a monstrosity. It's, you know, but we can't undo what's already been done, and that's unfortunate, and I hate that, but we do understand. But we do have a quasi judicial system we have to go by, and as our attorney, read, the statute is the statute, unfortunately, so.
I agree with what Bobby and Bonnie has said. You know, we go out of our way every city council meeting to hear from the public, from the people who put us here. But for this one is totally outside the norm and requires a great deal of evidence, because this, if they want to appeal it, will go to court. And that means everybody that is sitting here on council, plus the witnesses, will be summoned to court. So we dot our i's and cross our t's.
Joey?
I don't have anything else, man.
I mean, I personally, think even by the testimony given by, the petitioner, that it will negatively impact, other, means of access to the property. And I think what you have to consider is that, you know, there's a rule that, you know, if you have over 100 units, this isn't over 100 units, but when you take in the whole different phases, you have to take that into consideration, that you need more access points so that you're not just funneling all the traffic onto one particular road. And that's, you know, that's the point of the connectivity. Need to make a motion for us to close the public hearing if there's no one else that would like to speak. Do I hear a second?
I second your motion.
All in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
All opposed? And then it, you know, it's what is the developer willing to do in the event that this, what would be the decision? Would they just have to move forward with putting the road in if it's voted against?
So I would have to turn to Josh and Burke on that one, in the sense that technically, if council were to deny the request tonight, they technically still have the original one approved. I don't know what negotiations land-wise they would be able to do to put the road in to meet the fall acceptability that Josh and Burke had pointed out. But in essence, a denial would fall back to the fact that there's an original one already in place.
So, you know, just to make it clear, we're not here to renegotiate the prior approval, from a previous city council. We're here to just determine whether the connection from Henson Road, should be required by the developer.
Yeah, this is just a really awkward thing here, because the road can't be built. I mean, the topography of the land, the road can't be built. The neighborhood's approved. It just puts us in a really quite a pickle, to be honest with you, to try to figure out the best way.
In my opinion, you're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole.
Well, the thing is, he took the 4 townhouses off the ridge, eliminated 2, and now that you don't have to extend Hanson down to Little Creek, that space, is that where you put the extra 2 townhouses, which otherwise would be the roadway? More or less.
But they have they're saving money by not putting the road in. So
That's
if,
not, who are we to question that?
I understand,
job
I
is-
understand that, but
Our responsibility is to ensure they are complying with our city ordinances. We're not to be second guessing them on they're saving money or whatever. As private developer, that is their decision.
yeah, I'm just saying that if we had less development, we'd have less traffic, and traffic seems to be the one thing that we're supposed to be considering on this
And-
particular request.
But then you have less development. That means provide all the services that we've all become accustomed to. You're relying on fewer people to pay the taxes that we require.
I mean, the development's already approved.
And it's approved.
I mean, the question is, the road can't be built, it's not gonna be safe. Is it gonna negatively impact Palmer and the other adjacent roads? Yes, it will. But, so I mean, I guess the question is, what do you do? Because the road can't be built as the land lays, and it will negatively. So it's,
Well, I mean, if you're gonna,
you're danged if you do, danged if you don't. If you
If you're
vote
gonna-
for it, you know, it's gonna hurt some people, but the road can't be built. So if somebody comes to that stop sign and there's a light on the road and goes over and plows over to some kids in the yard across the street, I mean, where do you draw the line? Because that's, you know, negatively impacting, you know, somebody that could be injured because of the road.
well, I understand that the road can't be built, but when this thing was approved, it was approved with another access route.
Yeah, I mean.
And they've already said they can't provide another
No,
route in lieu of Hanston,
no,
but they're not doing anything to reduce the traffic.
There you go. That's what
So,
I'm saying.
so because cutting out 2 townhomes doesn't really do anything
4 cars.
to impact the
Well, it's
traffic. So
very
they've
big.
taken away
4
an exit route and an entrance route and offered nothing in return in
That's what I'm
terms of trying to reduce the impact that taking away that route is going to have.
Correct.
I mean, and that's just my
You're correct.
opinion.
And
You are correct.
So,
I believe that you
Uh,
can put the connection in there. It's just gonna be price prohibitive. And they don't wanna have to pay out that kind of money to be able to put in that kind of to make those mitigations. And that's fine,
I
you
think it's
know.
the safety as much
but-
as the.
yeah, I mean, I've driven
like
through
the
that
car.
neighborhood a number of times and I will tell you, you know, if people park in the street, there's just not a lot of room to get through there.
I'm glad they
And-
recognized that and added the additional driveway space.
Yes,
I
and
think
that- and
was
that does
smart on their
help.
part to do that.
But it
Because
doesn't
it's hard to
reduce
market
the rate
that.
of traffic.
Correct.
That's what it doesn't do. So you still got that,
Can you bring the Google map up again?
you still got the same amount of traffic going out. I mean, you know, cutting out 2 townhomes is,
So.
That's nothing.
If you look at Hanson now, the amount of traffic going out is not going to change. I mean, if they went up Hanson, they're going to stop at Grandview, they're going to go over here to Spring Meadow, and they're going to go out. They're going to go up to Palm.
Much more is gonna increase. You know, I'm not agreeing with that view. It's a spring, that would be a first thing. Yeah. Yeah, it is, but you're gonna increase the traffic. coming off of Hanson, you're not gonna be able to disperse it through Whisper Ridge and Grandview and Spring Meadow, the shorter routes. You're gonna have to loop through other areas.
When it comes to picking a route to drive, Joey, human nature
Least
is
resistance.
purely, is not logical.
No, it was the path of least resistance, and they're all
That's
gonna
it.
go Palmer.
If it means driving a little bit further, but I don't have to slow down, you drive a little bit further. But
It's actually more resistant because you gotta stop at Grandview, turn left or right. And then you gotta turn again on Springwood or Spring Meadow. Or if you go down to, Meadow Green or Meadow View, it's a straight shot.
And
Or
we
if you
can't,
go to Palmer, it's a straight shot.
I agree. I mean,
And with Wildwood connecting down into that new subdivision that now connects over to 87. That is the best route.
it doesn't yet, but it's supposed to eventually.
It does. I drove it.
So Shannon,
Yes,
Shannon's connected now? Okay.
yes.
Mayor,
Well, I'll just make the motion and you guys can decide yes or no. I make the motion that we not approve the, revision. Being that the developer offered no concessions in order to mitigate the change, that would effectively result in additional traffic on existing roads, that I consider that to be, not meeting the requirements of number 3, 4, and 6 of the, special unit, special, zoning regulations, and that the width of the road was a consideration. I referenced page 37 of the 2035 plan, suburban residential, that states that the desired pattern, is to have, disconnected, low-density, automobile-oriented patterns, and to have connectivity. The automobile being the primary mode of transportation, neighborhoods should include pedestrian-friendly design with a diverse array of housing around neighborhood centers. It's desirable in these new neighborhoods that automobile parking be located on the street and behind the homes. And that where possible, the blocks to be broken up with lengths of less than 600 feet between intersections. And that new neighborhoods should connect to existing neighborhoods. And that the number of units should be taken into consideration under the principal use as it specifically relates to this issue of traffic. And how much traffic would be generated even by the testimony given by the expert witness. And that I believe that that would negatively impact the other roads which are existing in the neighborhood. It wouldn't be harmonious to the existing neighborhood or and in general conformity with the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan. Do I hear a second?
A second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed?
aye.
Aye.
Yes. Yes. Lonnie Whitaker, in favor. Bobby Chin,
Against.
against. Jennifer Talley, in favor. of the
was
denial, in favor of the denial. Ricky, against. Joey. In favor of the denial. You're welcome. It's the desire of the council, I think, to try to allow you to be able to do what you'd like to do. So hopefully we'll have additional discussions to try to remediate this at some point. But I do think that you need to take into consideration what impact closing that connection is going to have on the existing development. And I don't think that we're unreasonable in asking for something to be able to mitigate what those damages would be. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. Rezoning Stonehaven Drive. A public hearing has been scheduled. A public hearing has been scheduled to consider a request to rezone 19.17 acres located at Stonehaven Drive from R18 low density residential to CR conditional residential for the construction of an 8-lot subdivision. I recognize Assistant City Manager Aaron Holland.
All right, thank you again. As you just said, this is a request to rezone 19.17 acres located off of Stonehaven Drive from R18 to conditional residential for an 8-lot subdivision. The development's intention is to be serviced entirely by well and septic systems. The development will also be accessed via private roadways. Staff was unable to approve the subdivision as presented due to the fact that the entire subdivision needed to connect to Chartwell, which would extend city right of way throughout the development and extend public water and sewer throughout the development. The applicant has requested these items be accepted as adequate conditions to develop the property without the financial constraints of having to pay for the right of way and utility extensions. Planning Board unanimously recommended approval of the request with the condition that Chartwell Lane would not connect to the development.
And what was the vote from the planning board?
Unanimous.
Oh, yes.
Okay, this is a public hearing. It's different than the quasi judicial hearing we just had. You were free to get up and say whatever you'd like to say. And so we'll open this public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak on behalf of the Stonehaven Drive project? Mike Davis. You'll state your name and your address, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Mike Davis, 4633 Outer Court, Burlington. And thank you, Madam Mayor and y'all's board for your enduring patience. Wow, incredible. We are excited about the opportunity to look at this piece of property. The 19.17 acres is not landlocked, but it's financially landlocked. To only be able to put 8 lots on it, 2 of which we cannot confirm yet that the septic will be available for perk test because it's so heavily, densely wooded right now. And we would like to be able to extend off of Stonehaven and create the 8 lots that Aaron's showing right there. Stonehaven from the property line back towards Stonehaven as exists is private already. So we're just extending an existing private drive into the section of land that we've got. We hope that we'll be able to do 8 lots. I'd like to add that we would love to do water and sewer, but it's just financially prohibitive to be able to extend water and sewer just for 8 lots and do all of the requirements that would be required. So we'd just like to be able to say this conversation about Chartwell. I know there's a lot of resistance about that. I'd like to have some open discussion. I know some of the neighbors are here that voice their opinions at planning and zoning. We would prefer to just extend the road off of Stonehaven during the construction and then address opening up Chartwell, but I know that there's some opposition to that. So I'd like to be able to have a conversation about that people would understand that we limit the construction traffic for the majority of the construction before we would address opening up Chartwell.
Okay.
But I know there's gonna be some opposition to that.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, does anybody else would like to speak? Yes. State your name and your address, sweetheart.
Sandra LaFrancois, 973 Stonehaven Drive. Whispering Hill, Nightdale, and Stonehaven. It's the principle of continuity there. It's a lovely neighborhood, all three streets. I don't have any objection to 8 more, no more, 8 more lots that will be adjacent to Stonehaven. That's fine because the lots will be similar in size to what is already existing,
Which is unheard of.
which all the more reason to preserve it.
Right.
It's everybody, well, not everyone, but if you have a choice,
Right.
you put there's 2 same houses.
Yeah.
Location A, location B, all things being the same, you're gonna go with the location. That's why we bought there. I mean, it wasn't our first choice for the house, but the location is superb. I am vehemently opposed to opening up to Chartwell. I would much rather have the 8 coming on to Stonehaven. I do not want to be connected to Valleyfield.
Okay.
The 8 will fit very nicely within the parameters of the existing streets now.
So just to kind of give you an explanation as to why we usually typically, as a city, want connected streets is for emergency vehicles. In the event that one street is blocked, that there's a second street that's available. But certainly, I think we'd have to take in consideration the amount of homes it is. So typically, if it's over, used to be over, what was it, 100 homes, Aaron? And now it's changed recently. Yeah. And we certainly understand that.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking of, traffic too. I don't
Yeah.
want to open up any more traffic
Right.
necessary. 8 or 6 or whatever won't make that much of a difference.
Right.
And I don't think you'll find anybody objecting to just one road for fire or rescue to come in.
Right.
We're all very happy down there.
Good. Thank you. We're glad to have you.
Miss Sandra, can you please spell your last name?
Well,
Sorry.
Sounded French.
a little bit. L-E, capital F as in Frank, R-A-N-C-O-I-S.
Thank
I
you.
won't pronounce
close.
way 'cause
Thank you so much for being
Thank
here
you.
tonight. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on behalf of the Brook Stonehaven Drive project? Come now or forever hold your peace.
Good evening, Town Council. Stephen Byrd, 2421 Chartwell Lane. So our family has lived on 24 Chartwell Lane since 2005. It's a quiet cul-de-sac, and we would respectfully ask that it remain just a quiet cul-de-sac that we can walk on, that we can take our dogs out. When we want to walk our dogs, I think just the beauty of my own property might be diminished if there was a road that was built through that area. I don't have any opposition to 8 houses being built on that piece of land. Personally, I wish I could purchase the land and do something with it myself, but it's a nice piece of land. But I would like that there not be any construction that would go through the Chartwell section for the beauty and quiet of my own property and of the neighbors that are around me on Chartwell Lane. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Ramona Kellogg, and I live at 2333 Lacey Holt Road. I live right behind Stephen coming in from Chartwell. I would request that Chartwell be open for a safety reason for emergency vehicles coming into that subdivision. Because right now you have one way in and one way out. If there's a major incident back there, you're not going to be able to get out unless you use my driveway. Because I have a 1/4 mile driveway coming in. I would love to be able to go into Chartwell and get to mine. But that's all I got to say.
Okay. So you have to go in, Aaron, do you have a picture of,
I have,
What
yeah,
that
I
looks
come in off Lacey Holt Road. Right there before you get to Valley Field.
On the gravel road, right?
On the gravel road. And you come down it for about a 1/4 mile. And then there's another house that's just been built behind me, Catherine Weatherton, who would love to be able to connect into. And just for, getting to her property.
Your driveway's across from Willoughview?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
your driveway is not, it's not paved?
No, my driveway's not paved.
Is it a city road?
That's a private road.
It's a private road.
Private road.
It's a private
road.
driveway. But it's got, it was family land that's been broke up and being developed. And we we moved a house in back there. And so we have, in fact, we go, and when you come down my driveway, all the houses that butt up to my driveway from Valleyfield. And eventually, if we could have another way in, they could reclaim their land to where my easement goes across them.
Say that again?
Okay. If you come down, okay, right before you get to Valleyfield, I'm trying to figure out. Okay,
That's
where am I at?
her
Oh,
driveway
I'm that long driveway that comes
right there.
right there. That goes on by. And all those houses coming down that road, eventually, if we had an interest in through Valley Field, then the homeowners coming down that driveway could reclaim their land. If, if Chartwell was opened up. And I'm sure
You would do away with your driveway essentially.
Right,
And let the Valley. Field
there's
have that
only
property.
one other person down there that we would have to get to agree to it. And I think they would do that if we had another way in. So it'd be a win-win situation for the people that own the land that they can't use.
I'm sure you have a big bill maintaining that long of a road.
Well, right now, we haven't done anything to it because she's building a house back there and the construction trucks are just pushing my rocks down in the ground. So
Who's building a house back there?
Catherine Weatherton
And is that,
built just about.
oh, okay. And is that your property or no?
No, that belongs to somebody, to my ex-in-laws, and they sold it, and so she
So
went
it's
her.
family member that's.
Yeah,
building
it's
the house back
family,
there.
all
Okay.
of it's family back there.
Okay.
In fact, all Valleyfield was family before they came in.
Did she buy that whole 19 acres back there or just
She owns that 19 acres.
she owns all of it? Okay,
Yeah, it's just her house back there.
okay, gotcha.
So we're only talking about 2 or 3 people at the most. And then
So-
if people from the new development would come down, it's not gonna be that much traffic.
But there's still a middle section
Right.
that could be
That
built
is-
on.
Well, but it's farmland. It's not. Yeah. It's went down to a great grandson.
So could you not have a connection to go to Stonehaven?
That would be up to the new developers if they wouldn't include us in on that.
So where would that be, Aaron? Would be right, can you move the thing up a little bit? That is a long driveway. I can't imagine what the rock bill is on that. That's pretty shocking. Do you have that? Do you have a connection point there, Mr. Davis? Do you have a connection point there? Through to her property or no?
They'd have to go through that middle lot.
Oh, there's another lot.
Another lot right
Oh,
there.
okay.
There's an easement that kind of goes across the head of this property. The vacant piece that this lady's talking about. Piece that Catherine built on, gives her access through that easement. And that easement carries you out all the way back behind Valleyfield, am I saying that right? Carries back out. to that.
But there was stubbed off a 50-foot right of way when the development was built because, you know, I was sitting out in the field by myself until Valleyfield came in, so they stubbed it off for a 50-foot right of way. And there's like 3 or 4 other sections in Valleyfield that's stubbed off. Rather than developments on the other side.
So basically,
Three lots. There you go. If you can see that long skinny piece backs up Valleyfield on the right side, that's Catherine right there. Some piece becomes also part of the family, the whole family. Follow up the top, there's the red in that corner. Follow that, goes around, kind of deep around to the right. Access.
Well, even if they connect to Chartwell, that's not gonna give you access.
Yeah, it will, because I'm right there at the corner of it.
what you're saying is you got a 50-foot stub out to your driveway on an easement
Right.
that you could access Chartwell.
Mhm.
How is that if you're the one on the right?
I'm sorry.
How would you have does the existing, driveway go right by Chartwell?
Mhm.
Right by the, okay.
Because I'm included on that right away.
Right there. The driveway.
Okay. Seems like you just need to make a connection right there between your driveway and Chartwell.
Well, that would be nice, but Chartwell has fought this. You know, when we talked about it before, of course, before it was a big development. Now it's not. It's, you know, like
Well,
it's me and Catherine.
Chartwell, they would fight you when you just have one house?
Well, I don't know about that. We haven't crossed that bridge,
Oh,
but nobody seems to want us in their development. I mean, we're not going in their development because we're county. All we need is anybody that developed like that back there before, because the other developer was going to connect us in. So that's all I asked for, you know. Like I said, you know, a good thing. We only have to talk with Jonathan about it and then we can give the land back to the homeowners that they're paying for. Or whoever's paying for my right of way.
so you're not a Graham resident, you're in
No,
the
I'm a
county?
County,
Okay,
just like everybody in the other section, that Stonehaven, that area. They're all county.
they're not in the city limits.
Nope.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Aaron, all of these 8 lots, they'll be county. Or will they be in the city?
So I think,
With our tax rate, I think you should consider coming into the city of Graham because you're paying double the water rates, you're paying,
But they wouldn't have the idea of having septic and well.
they just have that
Right.
out there,
Mhm.
but they pay for trash pickup rate. Hmm?
Valley Field does, but not the development in question.
No, I'm saying
Any development will be.
the ones that people on
They'll be all
Stonehaven.
county services.
It would be no different than the folks in Riverwalk that are,
Oh, okay.
we don't pick up their trash. So,
They hire privately contract for that.
they go get their own. We don't scrape the snow, we don't.
The city does it, we like it like that.
Our tax rate's only 28 cents. It's very, very, I think Avalon Valley looked at what they were paying and it was cheaper for them to come into the city and pay taxes than it was for them to be outside the city, but I get that people want to be out in the county and not have to deal with the city. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? You'll just state your name and your address, sir.
Good evening. I'm Bob Snow. I live at 2431 Nightdale Drive. That's at the very end of Nightdale, the opposite end from where Lacey Hope lives. In the past couple of days, I've been speaking with a good friend of mine who's also the last division engineer of the North Carolina Department of Transportation's 7th District, which includes Alamance. And he told me the road, we talked about the roads in our development of Wilshire, which includes those 3 streets. And they only meet the bare minimum state standards for light use because they're only 20 feet wide. We don't have any shoulders, we don't have any curbs, we don't have any sidewalks. The people park, they park 4 wheels on the asphalt because if they don't, they're in somebody's front yard or in the woods. So there's about 20 houses in our development, I think. And we're actually getting a little younger. Some new families with kids have moved in and there may be more coming. So when I ride up and down the street, and by the way, our traffic count can be measured daily in double digits. So it's pretty light traffic. So a third of the time when I drive up and down the street, I'll see a walker, somebody walking, somebody jogging, people walking their dogs, people walking with their kids. And now kids are riding their bicycles on our streets like they have for the 45 years that development's been there. So all I'm saying is we're in the county and connecting to the city streets seems like people feel like we're being forced to bow to Graham's needs, which I understand. We only have 20 houses, so we don't need more than one exit for emergency vehicles. And I think we all feel pretty safe in there. I don't want that to go away. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here.
I got a quick question. I don't know who would be able to answer this, but so if they're extraterritorial jurisdiction on those properties we're talking about, correct? But they still get their police and EMS for fire from Graham? Sheriff's Department, or who services that? EM Holt Fire and Alamance County Sheriff's Department services you? Okay. 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 That's a pretty significant thing in my mind for tying into a city road.
Oh.
Yep. Not, don't want, I mean, doesn't make sense to me anyway.
So is there anyone else that would like to speak? Sure. You'll go up and state your name and your address. Sure.
Okay, Mary Taylor. I live at 974 Stonehaven Drive.
Thank you.
the Woodshire subdivision is R18. At the planning board meeting, Mr. Davis said he wasn't interested in changing the zoning. He wanted to keep it at R18. And it also complements the new neighborhood that he plans on building, complements ours, septic and well, where Valleyfield is R12 and it's got sewer and water, city services. At that meeting also, Mr. Davis said on the planning board meeting that it wasn't financially feasible to open up to Valleyfield. Also, he said, somebody asked him if he had spoken to any of the Valleyfield people about the subdivision, and he said no. So I got curious. So I went around to my neighborhood and Valleyfield, and I talked to over 60 people, and everybody that I spoke to did not want this new subdivision to be connected to Valleyfield through over 60 people said no. Well, I understand that gravel lot, apparently it's been there for like eons. That same gravel lot, it only services two homes. And yet you've got 60 people that said, no, don't open up. So a little discrepancy there, I think. And I talked to the grandmother of that person owns the center property, Jonathan Holt. He said he is not going to be selling that property. So it's not like it's going to be developed. He's going to keep it in the family as farmland. So like our neighborhood has changed a lot since the last time a developer tried to develop it. That we don't have any sidewalks, and we were told we'd never get sidewalks, period. So I'm just, we do have children now. They ride bicycles, scooters, and a little boy that was here, he actually drives a lawnmower and he will mow other people's yards. So he's in the road. And I let y'all see some pictures just so you can get an idea of our road system. They're narrow little county roads, hills as soon as you come into the neighborhood, big old hill coming down. And when we're walking our dogs, we know we need to be careful. We move over because that's a blind spot. So we know that there are a lot of blind spots in that. So safety is a big concern. Now, I am an RN. I'm also a CPR first responder trainer. Safety and saving lives are forefront of everything that I do. I'm very concerned about opening up into another neighborhood and having big construction trucks coming through. So if these construction trucks have to come through, I'm just requesting that they, can I finish my statement? Thank you. That, that there are some signs or something put along the roadways so that the big trucks can slow down, because I do not want anything to happen to any of these children.
So that's not a city road, so I think the neighbors would have to post something, wouldn't they? Because the city wouldn't do that, right?
So are you okay with the 8 lots being built?
Absolutely.
It's just a connection to Chartwell.
Absolutely. There was nobody that I spoke to that had anything negative to say about the 8 homes. The only thing negativity they had and the rub is opening up into Chartwood on both sides.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad you appreciate a local developer trying to develop harmonious with the existing neighborhood. So we're very happy to see that, because it is quite expensive to develop in 2023, and typically developers try to get they don't necessarily develop with the land anymore. They just rape the land and kind of put as many square foot of housing on the property as they possibly can. So we try to find we try to make sure that we kind of limit that as much as we can. Anyone else that would like to speak, ma'am? Yes.
Oh,
You'll-
did y'all want your pictures back or did you? Oh, okay, okay, okay.
Just state your name and address, ma'am.
Okay. I'm Xiaoping Johnson. I live 986 Stonehaven
spell that?
Drive,
Can you spell that?
XIAOPING.
I got the last one, but I didn't get the first. one.
Xiaoping Johnson. I'm also speak for my husband, David Johnson.
Thank you.
I think we are happy about the new development that they proposed 8 lots. And my understanding should be 8 houses, no townhouses or duplexes. And we certainly do not want the new development open to Chartwell at all. And regarding emergency vehicles access to our neighborhood, we lived there about 6 years now, but my neighbor Sandra I just asked her, she lived there for 30 years. And she said there was no or has not been have any emergency cases. Another neighbor told me that one time one tree come down the street. And she said just neighbors just got chainsaws, cut tree down, moved away. So I guess that's it. So hopefully no any emergency cases. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Did you have a question for her?
yes, so I know you said that there's no, like, you haven't had a lot of emergency type services, but I would like to just say that even though there's not a connection from Chartwell, is it possible for someone in the event that the other road was not available for someone to access that, or is there housing in place? Or is there like an area where someone could connect?
I think there's no any other access like road or pathways. But I think the neighbor told me one time a tree came down, and she actually said that neighbor let her drive a car through the front yard.
And that's what I
Just-
was gonna say,
Yeah.
because this same kind of issue came up several years ago when Steelcrest, which is on 54, has a little small connection in the back to, what's the name of that? What's the name of that subdivision out there on 54? You know where Steelcrest subdivision is? It's more of like your neighborhood with big lots, you know, all of that. And I think a lot of them have, septic and wells. And they didn't want to be connected to the other development. Huh? I saw 54.
Is it-
Yeah. 87, I'm sorry.
87.
You're right, sorry, 87. Steelcrest, what's that subdivision before it? Mallard Creek, yeah. They didn't want to connect, but there's like a gravel, not even gravel, but like a dirt road in between it. And the point was that if neither one of the subdivisions want to be connected, and in the event of an emergency, someone could still drive a emergency vehicle through there, like, what is the point? Why not allow the developments not to be connected? And be using that as a daily pass through of cars, because that was the argument. They didn't want the connection with all the cars going through there. And I was like, I totally get that. And on the one, you know, rare occasion that you might have an emergency, you can still get an emergency vehicle through there. Like, I think that's important to consider.
I think the consideration here is that this development can be serviced from E.M. Holt and the Sheriff's Department. And Valley Field serviced by Grand PD and Grand Fire. So the emergency vehicles won't be needing to go through there because they're serviced by two different departments.
That is correct.
There is a
Yes.
The fire, when Battlefield was first being developed, the kids right on the other side of my property, because I have all 3 acres out there. They started a fire, it jumped into my yard, and I had both fire departments responded to it.
Yeah.
So that, you know, in the case of everybody being right there on the edge, both the fire departments are.
Yeah, we have mutual aid agreements that we do that.
Because they told me they wouldn't let my house burn down.
Of course, of course.
But as far as like EMS, there was some discussion about EMS and how quickly they could get there. I had to EMS with my mama, and they got there within a few minutes. It was really quick, really quick. And there's been times where trees have blocked the road, and guess what? Neighbors all pitched in with their, that's up, so we can get through. You know, we all pitched in together to help each other out.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you
Anybody
all.
else that would like to speak?
My name's Tommy Brown. I live at 2408 Whispering Hill Drive, which is in the Woodshire subdivision where this is gonna go through to make the new subdivision. Biggest thing is just, I don't want us to have another meeting where we had to go through and listen to the first part of this meeting tonight. I just want us, I think we're all can get along and want to get along and help whatever that we can to make the 8 houses work with what we've got. We just have to just talk to each other, but we can work it out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, we need you to come up here to the mic.
For recording purposes, you have to be in front of the mic.
The gentleman that was just here with Public Works, I guess I could ask a question, if a compromise maybe. Where Chartwell is, if we would consider being allowed to open up Chartwell after the construction or the majority of the construction is done, how would some sort of a gate be considered, a remote access gate? I have friends and people that I know that live in a community. They pull up and you punch a code and the gate rises and lowers. Is that something that someone would consider that would limit it just to the traffic for our little area? And we could do one at both ends at Stonehaven and at Chartwell.
Not
So-
just a gate just for EMS to use or for
Yeah,
emergency
it would be,
response.
correct. There'd have to be some sort of an agreement that the EMS folks would have that code and emergency vehicles would have that
They
code.
do
And-
they do like a gate with a Knox box, and they all have a key where they all can all
Correct.
access. all the
Correct.
emergency services can access.
maintain those?
I would guess we'll have to set up some sort of homeowners association for our 8 little lots. And it would be maintained by the homeowners association. We've already got to do something to maintain the road anyway. So just a thought, if that would help ease some, if that could be limited, since it is a private road and we would have the ability to put some sort of a gated, I hate to call it a gated community, that sounds too preppy, but sort of help that concern that folks have.
Done that.
Yeah, we've done that before. We just did it recently.
Would the people that live on Chartwell in that area be okay with a gate just for emergency access?
Doubt it.
Is that I don't hear anybody opposing that, right?
The residents in Valleyfield would be opposed to that.
Of having a gate?
Yes, ma'am. or any connection to them. There's a 10-foot difference in elevation from the height of a road till you get to the top of the bank.
Come at the end of Chartwell, there's a 10-foot drop.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's correct, sir. In other words, I live, well, you can see I'm the house to the left, very side there. And then it's quite a,
It is quite a grade.
it's quite a grade.
Right there, no, pull it down. Put your pointer right there on that, on up a little bit, right there at that house. No.
No, the other one.
Yeah, there, that's
Yeah.
where, that's where he lives.
Stephenburg, that's where I live.
And it's from right there where the pointer is at now, there's a 10-foot difference in elevation from the land where the road is at now to the land above us.
So it's really not even accessible by a fire truck.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, there it is.
There you
Go back this to the,
There you go.
yeah, there you go. And that was, of course, you can see that was a long time before. Now, you know, all the trees are up and everything.
Yeah.
And then there's the fire plug right there and the fire pole, I mean, the light.
Don't do that picture, but it's a steep grade.
Can I ask the developer a question? What is your point of wanting to connect to Chartwell?
Answer your question. Say your question again, sir.
What is the purpose of connecting to, Chartwell? Why do you want to connect to that?
Well, I'd like to address that. I got the topo. It's not 10 feet. I mean, it is a rise, but it's not 10 feet.
Okay,
I don't know that I'm not sure. I think it would be convenience. I don't know that I have a real means and method or a reason for wanting it. It just seems like it makes a lot of sense as you can, if you can, Aaron, I'm sorry, sir. I know you change stuff all the time. Put that one up. You don't have any way to blow it up, do you? The map that shows Chartwell,
I got
the
it
end
right.
of the map, if you could blow that up, is that possible to blow that one up? There you go. On the subdivision map, it shows to Jennifer's point, that Chartwell has an open arms set up there. I mean, it's really designed and Joe just mentioned to the folks that the very back of the property, there's a creek back there. There would never be any further development. The only thing could be potential is Jonathan Holt's property to do something with, but he's vowed and declared as long as he owns it, it'll never be done. So I don't know if I can answer your question. Why, other than connectivity makes some sense and convenience, but I don't know that there's any burning desire. And we may never open it. I guess I'd like to have that option, and that if we were to open it, consider some sort of a gate. But there is some sort of a terrain consideration, but I didn't think I remembered it being 10 feet, and the picture shows
I
hydrant.
was just giving a ballpark figure.
Well, for sure, it's not flat. I do agree with that. There would have to be some dressing. Correct, yeah, correct. So, again, I'd like to say that you're not going to open Chartwell. We would offer as part of the conditions that until the majority of the construction's done and some work on the access and if we could discuss some sort of a gated situation, that would be a consideration.
I mean, unless
We
it's
want to
open,
get along with our neighbors. We've got neighbors on both sides and we really want to get along. We really don't want to cut off the horn of our unicorn here that we've got that we're working with. We really got a cool opportunity to create something kind of unique. It's just a shame it's only can be 8 lots, but just the way it's shaped, it just is kind of limited to what you can do.
I just don't understand why do we want to take a county road and connect it to a city road to encourage any kind of traffic on roads we have the expense of maintaining,
That-
and do that for people that aren't paying taxes for
Good point.
maintaining it. And I
Fair point.
don't mean to be, but the expense that she has of maintaining her driveway, I'm sure is astronomical. But I mean, you're in the county and you're not paying taxes. And so, I mean, citizens from the city would have a problem with us kind of encouraging people to get a thoroughfare across a city road that they're paying taxes for, that people that are not paying taxes for are
Get the
using.
benefit of, yeah.
You see what
I
I'm
understand.
saying?
That's a good
So
point.
it's like, we
Well-
want to encourage access for emergency purposes because we don't want anybody's house to burn up, hers included, even if she, regardless of whether she's in the city or not.
Sure.
But I think that, having the access off Stonehaven for just 8 lots would not, I mean, if you were putting in 100 homes, I think we need to really consider 2 means of egress. But because you're just putting in 8 houses, I just don't think it warrants it. And really, I'm surprised you would even be willing to spend the money to connect it.
Well,
It's
I guess that-
additional cost to
well, I
you,
guess
but
that
I don't
will-
see any benefit to it.
Well, that's kind of my point. I'm not saying that we're going to.
Yeah.
I just don't want to be told we can't in this arrangement because we'd have to technically come back to city council to request to open it. But I guess, Aaron, is it unprecedented for ETJ to take over a 19-acre tract of land or 8 lots that are on well and septic tank and take it from ETJ to city pay taxes or annex it, if you will? So I guess I like to be able to say, don't say we can't ever put an exit or an entrance from Chartwell. Don't say absolutely no, but some conditions that would say, if you ever say, y'all get some idea and it becomes an annex situation, that we should be able to then access Chartwell.
Aaron, can you put up your subdivision layout?
I don't know that it would be up to the city. I think the people that live there would be the one that would request annexation. Am I correct? We wouldn't just force
Okay, not a forced
annexation.
annexation,
Yeah,
so-
it would be the citizens of that community would want to.
And if you've got well and septic, I don't know why you would ever want to do that other than.
Correct. We want the
Right.
benefits. We want to be able to, we want the benefits of everything, Jennifer. I'm just kidding. You make a good point about access. I do agree with that. I do agree with that. Anything else from me?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I just might make the point, as far as, emergency vehicles accessing the 8 lots. Should they choose to enter via this gate and they can't get the bloody gate open, well, then Rome's burning by the time you turn around and come up through Stonehaven. So I think it's really kind of redundant. I mean, I wouldn't trust the gate. I mean, in theory, it's a good idea, but practice, I wouldn't bet on it.
And nothing would preclude, someone from coming back at some point and giving a future city council arguments as to why there needs to be a connection there or whatever. But I mean,
Well, that's,
I just don't, I don't think that the facts warrant us to require anybody to have that connection.
no, I don't think, maybe in the future, if the circumstances change, but this is the present we're talking about.
Well, it would
That's-
really depend on how they built the house on lot number 1 up there.
Yeah, and where yep.
Well, there are a lot of what ifs, but you can't cover them all.
Yes, ma'am.
I wish we could make life easier. But anyway, that was my own.
Why would you actually send the pay at Stonehaven? Not just, hey, this is my private property. All our vehicles can go to Stonehaven. But you guys cannot here, which includes my bike. But then
Okay, so, hearing no more comments, make a motion to close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I'll second your motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries unanimous. I'd like to move to approve the rezoning of 19.17 acres located at Stonehaven Drive from R18 low density residential to CR conditional residential. As that does further the Graham 2035 comprehensive plan and City of Graham development ordinance and is consistent with policy 4.3.1. Land use patterns, policy 5.1.1 housing variety and policy 5.2.1 diverse neighborhood, and with the condition that Chartwell Lane will not connect to the proposed development at this time. Can I just make a comment, Aaron? Typically, we see like what the houses are going to look like. Do you have that for conditional zoning?
I don't think we received anything that showed any building elevations. It's not necessarily required, but in general, they're good to have, especially when there's a high density number of houses. It kind of gives an idea of what the houses would look like, but they're in a sense are representations as well. But it was not required to have one for the conditional zoning. The layout was what was going to have to be approved by council. Unless y'all were going to want to see more of what it would look like, then that would be something that you would.
Well, for conditional rezoning, I just typically like to see what the houses are going to look like. And I think typically the neighbors do as well, just to ensure the provision dealing with harmonious, that they're, I mean, obviously all these people assume from their testimony that what's going to be built there is going to be consistent with the neighborhood that they already have. Are they going to be brick homes? Okay.
Will these be spec built homes or will you do custom? I mean, they're like, somebody comes up and wants a lot, they'll buy the lot, you'll build the house. Okay.
Conditional residential allows us to be able to see exactly what's going to be built there, and if they make any changes from that conditional use approval, then they have to come back to council and you're re-notified of what that is. But you will have a mixture of brick, you will have some brick and some of crawl space, not slab construction. No slab. And what would you say your estimate on one of these houses would be, price range wise? Okay. Okay. Things that you can consider in addition to normal just typical zoning is lighting issues. If there's going to be lighting out there, if there's going to be sidewalks, fencing, landscaping buffers, any of those things. But in this particular situation, it doesn't seem like, if somebody's going to build 8 $400,000 houses, that there's any barriers that you would want to put up necessarily. So sometimes if you are connecting to existing neighborhoods, you do want to have kind of a landscaping buffer. If you're going like from, I don't know, a different styles of homes or different types of neighborhoods. So that's the motion. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
I'm sorry, I wanted to ask you. So you're saying that it's never going to connect to Chartwell?
No, I said at this time,
Why are we saying
anybody,
at this time?
anybody can come back at a later time and decide to request for Chartwell to be open, but all the property owners would be notified. I mean, when you make a rule now for it not to be, doesn't mean that in the future, when he goes to do his planning and everything, if he decides that that's something that he has to have or whatever, then he can come back and as well as
Why include that statement at all?
what's in the thing as to whether
No,
it will
that's the way
connect.
the
I would
planning
strike that last with the condition that Chartwell Lane will never connect. to
Well, I
proposed-
didn't say never. I said at this time, that it will not connect at this time.
Again, but why would we turn around? I mean, you just gave an argument that, you know, it's a county roads and the city road. Why would we connect that? You know, why would he change that later on? I mean, you know.
What I'm saying is I don't want to give the false perception to anybody here. Even if we say today that Chartwell cannot connect to the proposed development, that doesn't preclude anyone, even a resident, from coming back to a council 20 years from now and saying, I want these two roads to connect.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that we can bind a future city council from considering that. Does that make sense?
Mayor Taylor.
But
You know?
let Aaron
I don't
speak,
think so.
let Aaron speak to this.
I think it would be easier if we just say that your condition is that Chartwell Lane would not connect to the development and leave it in
Just
that sense
period.
because it's site specific with the site plan showing that it does not connect.
Right.
So any changes of connection would require an alteration of the site plan anyway. So I think if we just took the never out and
I
just,
didn't say never.
no. Well, I'm saying, from the planning board's recommendation
Oh,
to
yeah.
just preclude that part and just have it as,
I think what
that-
we're saying is it just will not connect and leave off
Yeah.
at this time.
at this time,
Yeah.
Okay, so that it will not connect.
right?
And I'll second your, motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you all for being here tonight. Text amendment, Board of Adjustment alternatives. A A public hearing has been scheduled to consider approval of a text amendment allowing the Board of Adjustment alternates to take the place of a member of the Board of, in the event. I get to use my gavel tonight.
I've never seen you do that. Make sure that's in the record.
Approval of a text amendment allowing the Board of Adjustment alternatives to take the place of a member of the board in the event the member is absent, needs to be recused, or a seat is vacant, and pending an appointment for a regular member. Planning Board unanimously recommended approval. Recognize Assistant City Manager, wake up, Megan. City Manager Aaron Holland.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you said it all. Basically, it's just, as our ordinance is currently written, there are limitations as to how alternates can take the place of a regular Board of Adjustment member that has to recuse himself or is absent. What this text amendment will allow would be for the alternates to be able to take any spot, despite whether it's a ETJ person or a city person. So it just opens it up and allows us to be able to fill a spot much easier than our current ordinance allows. And as you said, planning board unanimously recommended approval.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Is there anyone here to speak on this text amendment?
And the mayor, make a motion, we close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Public hearing closed. Now we need a motion to approve the text amendment as written.
Make the motion, we approve it as written.
I just had one question real
Yeah.
quick. So let's say you had a member drop off the planning board. How do you decide which alternate would
You just ask.
take
one of
over?
them. You just ask one of them.
You who?
The chairman of the board.
And it's only if you need a quorum, right?
Right.
Okay,
Only for voting
Okay.
purposes for a quorum.
okay,
Is that
Gotcha.
correct?
okay.
Could not.
It takes the limitation off of it. Yeah, Gotcha. Okay, okay.
Okay.
I got you. Sorry, go ahead.
So I have a motion and a second. Do you have a second?
I second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Is there anybody signed up at the back? Miss Lucy? You'll come to the, front and state your name and your address. There you go.
Okay, my name is Lucy Blandina Gumbodet, and my address is 1138 Trollinger and 1109 Trollinger. So I came before you, if you can consider the provisions of the roads, because I live in the county, but my land is sort of like bigger at the back and narrow in the front. And a house was built in the front, but that house that is already built is too small for me to live. I adopted my grandkids, and they are 8 and 12. And the 1138 Trollinger Road, I bought it foreclosure. I tried to develop it, but it had a lot of issues. That's why I bought this 1109 with like about plus or minus 6 acres. So I am asking if you can consider the Graham Public Works Director is the one who I ended up at. At first, I had spoke with Mr. West from across the hall, and he had told me I have to build a road, but if I have to build the road like 50 feet wide, it takes all the land. And I'm not subdividing to sell or anything. I'm going to keep for my grandkids. And I have a 25-year-old daughter who I want to give for her. She's a single parent to go to the bank and build her own place. But I personally want to build my own house because that house that exists there is too small for me. Right now, we can't put a kitchen table in the kitchen. And 8-year-old and 12-year-old, they need space for their toys, and I can't live there. So I live like at both houses. At 1138, I tried to renovate it a little bit and it was not finished. That's why I bought this one with a lot of land. So I would like to.
Which property is it, Aaron?
That one,
The one in green?
next
Here?
to North Graham Elementary.
Oh, okay.
So that little house, that's where it is. And last year, the sheriff came and said someone was shot in my yard. So there was a lot of trees and I cleared the land. Because it's scary, if somebody dies there, then the next time we want to build, then there's somebody's bones. So from the
Zoning for that,
from
Megan?
the advice of the Public Works Director, Mr. Robertson, he said, if I can come to the council and ask you if you can make a provision for my road not to be that wide, I would understand, I would like to have a road coming all the way down here, but I have some creeks also. So it's not like I will have 10 houses. I'm looking to like maybe 2, 3 houses for my own family, not other people. So if I can have like a sort of a reasonable lane, I can make it in the road standard, but the width, that's where I am in front of you to consider, because if it's 50 feet, if it's double lanes, nobody will be going all that way other than me and my family. And these 2 little kids, they can't build right now. It's just, I want to subdivide in case anything happened to me, then they will have their own place.
So would they, what is the 50-foot wide road?
So your property there is in the ETJ, it's not in the city limits?
Yeah, that's what they say.
Okay.
They said.
So I think what the issue is that off of Trollinger, she wants to be able to create 2 to 3 lots on this long piece here.
Mhm.
And in order to do so, you can't split property unless, according to our development ordinance, you can't split property unless it's split off of a publicly maintained road, either NCDOT or a city road. And to do so, you had to do it to a city standard. Now, could she do something similar to what Mike had done, which is another process, but that's a conditional zoning with a private road with lots off of it? Which may be an option, but I know a little bit about the situation because I talked to Bert about you possibly coming to this meeting. He kind of gave me a heads up about the situation, if I understand it correctly.
Yes, he is the one who actually said he cannot change the rules, but if I come to the council, you can make some provision that to allow me to have a sort of a road or a lane that will give me access for me to subdivide, but not going to that very wide double road.
Would you be wanting to get city water and sewer?
I am going to continue with the septic and well, because if I do the, I wanted to do the city water, but it's going to be very expensive for me because they say I can't take it from the school. I have to come and take it to the last house of Graham. So that is, I would rather do the septic and the wells. But I still have to go to the environmental department. They have to come and tell me I can build here or I cannot build here because the land is like, there are creeks also inside there. So I don't know right now where I will, if I will be able to build 2 or 3, or maybe I won't because of the geographical.
Yeah.
So I'm just asking if I can make a road that is reasonable to drive to go there. And I will also have to get an engineer who is going to tell me how to do the road and how to do everything. But first step, Mr. Robertson said to come to the council, and if you can consider.
So I think what we need to do is probably connect her with Cameron and have Cameron and Bert come together to speak on the situation and see if it could be a mini version of what Mike presented to you tonight. He was in the ETJ, he wanted to have lots. If he didn't want to have a city road, it would be a private road. And I think that would be the best starting point because otherwise we would have to change our ordinance as it's currently stated, because our ordinance doesn't benefit her to be able to have lots because it would require her to put in a city road, or she would have to petition NCDOT, which I'm not saying they wouldn't do it. I'm just saying they probably won't do it, to put in a road for her off of Trollinger. And that's a city, a state road itself. So if it's okay with you, I'm gonna give your information, get your information from Bert, give it to our city planner, and have him sort of speak to you about the possibility, if council's okay with that. And see if that's a starting point. If not, then we visit another alternative.
I think too, a good starting point is gonna be for you to go to the, see what you can do with the creeks and whatnot. Cause you may not be able to build anything,
Yeah,
depending on what the watershed and different things are.
that's what Mr. Robertson, Mr. Buck Robertson said. First, come to the council if they allow for the road. If you approve that, then next I should go to the environment, and they will come and tell me if I can or if I cannot build. So from there, then I will know, probably I will be able to build one or two only. It's a big lot, but when we were clearing the land, I saw some creeks.
Gotta be careful when you're clearing land about creeks, though.
Yep.
What happened?
You might not want to mention that to environmental health.
Oh, they came, I think they got a license. The people who did it, they got a license, and they know about that environmental, so they did not flatten the land. They just cleared it and left it with its own depressions and everything.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay. Well, Lucy, we appreciate you coming tonight. He's gonna get your information and put you in contact with somebody that can help you, and we will do everything we can to be able to move forward. But I would say the next step is to make sure that environmental health is gonna allow you to do what you want to do. Okay, because utilities are real important.
Thank you so much. I have lived here in Graham since 2000. At
Yeah.
first, I lived in the Graham housing, and I went to school from scratch at Alamance Community College. I graduated nursing 2009, and I went to UNCG. I did my bachelor's. I graduated 2012, but I am getting elderly. I wanted to do the DNP, but the time. But I actually did the DNP with Capella. I just didn't do my project. So I love Graham. So for me to move.
Do you remember me? I own the house on Trollinger where you first lived. I own the rental house there. We built the house beside where you live. Where you live, the small one right across from Graham High School.
Graham High School?
Uh-huh.
I forget.
Didn't you live down the street on Trollinger?
No.
Didn't you used to own those houses?
Huh?
Didn't you own those houses?
I only own 1138. I bought it foreclosure in 2010.
Okay.
But before I used to live in the Graham housing.
Yeah.
I didn't live, I didn't have any other house. My first house is 1138, and I bought it foreclosure.
Where did you live before that?
I live on Oakley Street.
Okay.
I lived on Gilbert Street. I lived on North Street, but it was Graham housing.
Yeah,
It just.
I've met you before though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I've seen you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for coming in.
Well, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. And
Alright,
hopefully you.
Good luck.
Have a good day.
And you too, thank you.
So I have something I want to bring up. The guy, I know nobody wants to hear this, staff wise. Okay, yes, Peter, I'll get right to you, okay? The shooting range. Megan, you're so excited to hear this, right? This guy has complained and complained and complained and complained. But I will say, you know, that, I don't disagree that he has a valid complaint, and I guess I get a little irritated because the police department tells me that they're gonna stop shooting at 9 o'clock, and so I tell him that, and then he calls me consistently at 9:30, 10 o'clock, and they're still shooting. And they're like, well, they're trying to get their qualifications in or whatever. And it's not just Graham police officers doing it, it's state troopers, it's all these different people. And this guy that's complaining, you know, his son's a state trooper or whatever. But I agree that we should not be out there disturbing people at 10 o'clock at night. And I mean, I think he has a valid comment about that, you know, he has to listen to this crap all day long. I mean, I'm serious, like shooting guns are not a big deal, but I'm on the phone with him and them shooting those rifles, I mean, it's very loud. And he gets, I guess, annoyed with it when you have hours and hours of nonstop shooting. And then it gets to be about 9, 10 o'clock, maybe. He's had a few, I don't know, but he doesn't like it. And I have to hear from it. And I don't think that us stopping at 9 o'clock is unreasonable, but I just don't see on our end that we're doing anything to mitigate the complaints. And if we tell somebody that it's gonna be 9 o'clock, then we need to be enforcing that it's 9 o'clock. And I don't care who's out there shooting, they need to say, you need to wrap it up by 9 o'clock. You either need to get out there earlier or whatever. But, I think if I was living there, I probably wouldn't want to listen to that either.
Where's this range?
It's in Graham, and the other thing is they just did it. My understanding that they didn't have any public meeting, they just did it. Now, I could be wrong about that, but that's what I'm hearing, not from him, but from somebody else, that when it was decided to do that they didn't have a public meeting. Is that correct? Because it was city property. Well, I just know that gun ranges are very controversial for a lot of different reasons, but primarily because of noise. And I just don't think that somebody that has, you know, that has to endure that should have to endure it after 9 o'clock. And I just want to see us be enforcing what we're saying our rules are.
And this is a city.
This is out.
Yeah, but
This is
not in the
city limits. It is out in Swepsonville, across from the old landfill. It's where the city dumps, solids when they can't.
it's our farm, right?
Right.
Okay.
It's our farm.
And the guy doing complaining is the last one, once you come around the curve and top the hill.
Tell me, Brian, as a lawyer, could not go open a shooting range wherever, county, otherwise, without some having the neighbors, you know, basically approve of it. I mean, I get that he has a valid complaint.
Does he come to us? I know, if it's county, why is he?
Because we own
Because
the
it's Graham
property.
PD.
We're out there doing it.
The city owns the property,
Oh,
but
it's
it's.
Graham property.
I
It's our
guess-
property and we're out there. We've just made it into a gun range. And I just don't think that you could go do that, or you could go do that, or he could
It
go.
wouldn't
open
matter
that.
who owns the property, really. I mean, if it's in the county, it's, you know what I mean?
But
if
there are
we
not
own it,
any
is it-
regulations that you would have to go before. It's hard for me to imagine because it's got to be.
Who manages
Because the
the
people
gun
that
range?
live behind us shoot all hours,
First I've heard
but
of it.
they're in the county and they tell us there's nothing. we
Trust
can
me,
do about it.
I've already heard from them tonight. You know, every night it's something.
I'm just saying that where we live,
Bruce will.
behind us, there's some people that live in the county and they own about 19 acres back there, I think the Schaffners or whoever it is that own it. And they're always back there shooting and carrying on all hours of the night.
That's
I
another-
even got my window hit by a bullet one time. And PD said there's nothing they can do about it because it's in the county.
But
I'm just saying.
I've had to
So,
listen to gunfire 3 days last week. Now listening to hundreds of rounds again. This has to stop. I don't want to go to the range, but I can stop it.
well, that
So
kind of
we
sounds like a
definitely
threat.
don't want that to happen. So, yeah.
I mean,
mean,
I don't-
not only Graham PD, but other jurisdictions obviously are required to do qualifications, and that is daytime qualifications and nighttime qualifications. I think it's twice a year that they have to do that. Could be off. I'm not qualified. I know that shocks everyone, but I mean, it is a requirement of training and standards for them to have to do that. How many nights they're out there at 9 or past 9? You know, I don't have that information. Obviously in different times of the year, you know, it gets dark earlier or it gets dark later, is going to impact their patterns, but it's not just Grand PD. It is multiple law enforcement agencies who use that facility.
So what is your, I mean, if you're gonna tell me to tell a resident that it's 9 o'clock, then shouldn't we be enforcing 9 o'clock?
It's actually.
Yes or no?
Okay.
That's my comment. I mean, I'm sorry, I just, what do you guys think? I don't want to get,
If we say it closes at 9, it needs to close at 9. If we say it closes at 10, it closes at 10. Whatever we say, we need to do.
You know, whatever the policies are.
Yeah, and I don't know where the
Running-
9 o'clock
that's what Ben
time
Edwards
came
told me.
from.
Ben Edwards told me that. He's supposed to be in charge of
But
it.
it closes at 9.
Yeah, that he's told them to stop at 9. Ben
He
Edwards.
needs to tell them again.
He does, but I think they just, like other people, it's not always the same person, I guess, in charge of it, so to speak, so.
Yeah, and let us talk with the PD because, you know, it would be more appropriate for us to start with the chief and then talk with some of the other agencies who are using the facility. And then we can report that information back to city council by the end of this week.
Okay. All righty, yes, Mr. Murphy, come, let us have it.
Everything's a learning experience. So, you look your wounds and go, anyway, you learn. Yeah. One of the things I wanted to bring up there was, reading the ordinance. And, the ordinance, I think, is pretty clear. And, one of the things that I came across in the ordinance is if they changed the, if they didn't go with the plan as approved, that it was null and void. It's written right in the ordinance. It's section 10.148, invalidation. In the event of failure to comply with plans approved by the city council or with any other condition imposed by the city council upon special use permit, the pennant shall immediately become void and of no effect. So no further building permits, certificates of occupancy shall be issued or completed. Structures shall be regarded as non-conforming use. A special use permit becomes null and void 24 months after the date of issuance unless construction began during the 24-month period. 29 months ago, that's when the special use permit was approved. No building has taken place.
Is that true, Aaron?
It's right in the ordinance and you can,
The ordinance is, it says that, I can't get on the internet, the internet's down, so I can't read the ordinance verbatim, but
I'm reading it from the printout.
yeah, but you're ignoring the permitting and the other work that they do, which counts towards construction. So the timer starts over as they're doing these different tasks. So he's correct in the sense that it is a 24-month, but if someone is getting permits through the state, submitting engineer drawings, going through TRC, doing all these other tasks along the way, that does start the clock over.
So it's only if they haven't done
If they do
anything,
absolutely nothing.
nothing at
you get-
all,
You get
then
approved.
24
and you-
months and
And
then
you just let it sit. And the point that is there is for council to not have a project just sit out there
Right.
without any activity. There's activity.
right?
Right, and I thought there might be some consideration to the argument. And I got an email back from Department of Environmental Quality, because they're a major part of, construction. And what they wrote back to me was, they responded to the recent inspections they've had at Meadowview Glen and Valor Ridge. They've had multiple violations that they have been fined for. They have repeat violations that they have been cited for. But as far as Oakmont project, they didn't have any violations because the project has not yet begun. There's been no violations to report at this time. I did send them a request for a pre-construction meeting, which they agreed to do once the site is ready to be developed. So, I
They
read
can't
that
get to that,
as
they can't get to
construction.
that point until they get the approvals full out with the TRC. So
So when did they go to TRC?
I can't pull up anything.
They did one in May with a
Yeah.
change to this, so
And what what week of, is that, what month is that? Is that 25th month, 24th month,
it was
23rd
the
month?
24th month, they went to the TRC with a changed plan. They had already taken the road out in May. And then they put in for this special permit, or addendum to a permit, which I don't see it in our ordinance. It's either a special use or it's not. And it's and I was told, by Cameron, that this is actually a brand new permit, subject to full review. But that's not how it was presented. It was presented as you're gonna only look at this one little part.
No,
And you're supposed to look at the whole thing because it's either a special use or it's not. And they brought to you 2 years ago, 29 months ago, a failed plan. They did not bring in the grading plan. And the ordinance says, based on the scope of your work, you have to turn in a grading plan. This would have came to light back 29 months ago, that it wasn't a safe plan. What they were predicting and what their experts testified to, they had a failed plan. It's not your guys' fault. It's their fault for not bringing in what the ordinance called for. It called for a grading plan. And then I watched it today. They still withheld the grading plan. They withheld it. They had the information, but my 3 minutes get up? So
I would like to answer his question though, because I feel like he did pose a question. As far as Cameron stating that he's correct. We still have to operate under the special use process. So, but the special use in itself has criteria to what you're looking at. Even from the very brand new one, every special use has a specific detail that has to be met on those 6 criteria. In this case, it was specific to that particular road because this is an amendment to an approved special use permit. We're not opening back open the whole special use process again because it's already approved. So it's different, but you do have to go through the special use process, which the mayor and council did do. It was another question that you had thrown, or another statement you had thrown out. I forgot what it was after that you had said.
well, they withheld information.
The withheld information. So council has seen other plans have to come back because they had to be amended, because once you get out into the field, the engineering meets the world. So there are things that may not be able to be put in as drawn, even with the best engineer, because there are certain elements that rock. There are certain things that you get into once you get out in the field. We've had that happen for the property there at Roberts Meadows across from Park, where we had to move the driveway there. We had one recently with the Windy Drive property there, Lacey Farms. They all kind of run together now.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, once they start doing work and get further into their exploratory view of what's going on, certain amendments do come to light. So from that standpoint, you're correct. It's probably gonna be different because once you get out there, you see that you can't go in this area or that area. You may even discover an underground stream that you would never pick up because it's not on a USGS map. We've had that happen. We've had, since I've been in Graham, we've had quite a few projects had to come back and get an amendment because it just couldn't be done out in the field once they got out there to do the work.
Yeah, I guess I just feel like, you know, my comment was about, to me, if you're gonna do, if you can't do X
Mhm.
and that's gonna have any kind of impact, I think at a minimum, you've got to mitigate what that impact is now gonna have, and getting rid of 2 lots and gaining 2 lots, you know, with a net of -2, it to me just did not equal what you're giving up, I guess, or what you can't do. I hate that the animosity that they are just willing to allow happen with the neighbors and not try to, I get what the rules are, I get what the law is, but clearly the neighbors felt like them being represented by an attorney, it was not allowing them to, and the attorney kept objecting to everything that was being said. I understand, you know, she's doing what she's doing, but I don't know that it's worth the animosity that they get from not trying to come up with a solution, or at least try to offer some sort of compromise, in that development. I think that's a mistake.
You would think they'd want to be good neighbors.
Yeah, I think that
They're in my front yard every single day. And a lot of the construction guys are super nice, super sweet. They've been great. But the leadership of the organization has got people working for them scared. You know, you've got people saying, I have to do what he tells me to do because I've been out, I was laid off in 2010 and if I don't do, I need a job. And they're apologizing for the behavior. Multiple people working for, the one person in particular are apologizing for his behavior, but he gets away with it. He's rewarded by it because there's 100 things he's supposed to do. He does half of them. Staff gets on him to get the other quarter, but he gets away with not doing another 25% of it, and he saves money. And even this one saves him money. I mean, he's not gonna have to build a road. It's gonna save him money. He's laughing all the way to the bank. That's been my dealings with them. And, so everybody, my neighbor's taking a sweet, try to be nice to him approach. Nothing's working. And so it's very challenging. The only other thing that, they failed to share with you was the grading plan. I printed it out if you guys want to look at it, because the drop-offs are, when you see the lines, 1 foot drop-off, you've got 20 to 30-foot drop-offs from the neighbors behind back to these new townhouses. That shocked my neighbor.
well, I asked that in the meeting and they said,
And-
no, it was only at the road.
That's why I wanted to ask the question. Can they just show the grading plan? Can you just take a look at this? Because they misrepresented that. And listening to them misrepresent is very frustrating.
How was that safe, Aaron?
I'm not a civil engineer, so I would not speak to that, especially if this goes to litigation. So if y'all okay with it, I prefer not to speak on anything with that special use permit. Just to protect the city.
I'm learning more about this process than I care to know.
It's a special use, they're dirty. I mean, it's a tough world, but it's a lot of rules.
But you heard them say that it was only where the road was, where the drop off is.
They have
did.
to stand, they have to stand by their word. They testified to that. I don't know, because I'm not a civil engineer.
Yeah.
But our civil engineer looked at whatever they presented, and they made on public record the statement that it was whatever it was. So to that point, they were on record. So that's
Can I-
why, that's why I
can
don't
I
want
approach?
to refute anything that they're saying, because that's what they said.
And Josh and Bert both spoke to that.
Exactly, so I
Every
don't.
single
disagree with that.
line is a foot. That's a 1 foot drop, every single line, and look at those amount of line, that whole way. That's a significant drop. I'm not a civil engineer, but, my son is.
Does the drop off go all the way down? That's what I was asking.
Every one of those dark lines is a 1 foot drop in a 1 foot period. So if you count those lines, there's about 30 lines there. Yes, it's a 30 foot drop and it's for the neighbors, it's for everybody. So when these people come out in their backyard, they're gonna have a slope going down like that.
And that was the
And that's gonna impact the
comment
value.
about the road.
Been to the road, they
Yeah,
have help this
because-
information.
Where I lived in Springfield, it was a 30-foot drop off from road down my cul-de-sac. But it was steep enough that when
Well-
it snowed, snowplow could not get back up the hill.
Wow.
So they stopped plowing our street because they had a snowplow down there all day because you couldn't get out. So the 30-foot drop off was the first thing. You get a trash truck going down a 30-foot drop, that kind of drop off, because it's only a measurement thing.
It's probably only 50,
RP.
60. It's not, it's about as steep as it is long.
And I think he should have said, I'm a realtor, I've have 30 years' experience, you know, those things are things that qualify you as having standing and expert testimony and all of those sort of things. I don't know what more I could have done to say, this is how you need to frame your arguments, because I get it that the general public doesn't understand the rules of law and they're not lawyers and, you know, but they also want to be able to come and have their say. So, I mean, if there's any better way to be able to. Yeah.
Well, that,
Yeah.
that development should have never been developed.
Oh.
It was shot down at 150 homes due to traffic. And then it was rebrought to the council with a lawyer, and then it was approved.
I voted against it.
That's unfortunate.
That's one of the reasons I ran for council. That development is the reason I ran for council.
Yep. And I just don't want the people there to think, you know, that this council does not want to hear from people. I mean, the reason why these people are on now is basically subdivision rights and people, you know, their concern being, needing to be addressed and not falling on deaf ears. I mean, so, you know, they shouldn't be, I know they're frustrated, but they shouldn't be upset with this council, because I genuinely believe that if that subdivision with that density were to come,
It would have never.
It would have never
not a
passed.
single person on this
Nope.
council that would have voted for it.
Nope.
But, you know, when it's presented to us by our lawyers, that we have to, we can't take that into consideration when we can't relitigate that. We can only say, you're making a change to the special use permit, And we can only consider what impact that has. And, it didn't pass. I hope that we can come to some resolution at some point. But I think that, these lawyers, they just, I don't know, on these special use permits, their tendency is to litigate, is it not?
Well, I won't offer any personal opinion on that. I will just point out that we are still in an open meeting and we are still being recorded.
Yeah,
So
that's fine. That's fine.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we adjourn.
I second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.